Good morning. I will start by asking the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I'm waiting for, yes,
There we
I
go.
am. Thank
The
you.
second one.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and get started with introductions. Good morning. It is June 10th, I believe. Yes, June 10th, 2026. And I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides for our witnesses. And if you are a witness, you are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen to advance your slides when you are ready in your presentation. For our cross-examiners, you are welcome to address Ms. Mullen directly to ask her to bring up particular exhibits. We will take breaks today, as is our usual practice, and we will have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. We left off yesterday. We had not quite completed cross-examination of Mr. Burke. However, we are tabling Mr. Burke, if you will, until possibly the end of the day today, until we've heard from other witnesses. That's my understanding. And I believe we will be starting this morning with the CWIN witnesses, and I can be corrected, but at least in the ordering that I have, we would start with Dr. Buckley and then move to Mr. Gomberg. And then we have the NDWA witnesses as well, and then possibly Mr. Burke if we have time. So that's my understanding of the lay of the land, and I will look to the room. If we can please elevate Ms. Moskal and Mr. Moore. Good morning, Ms. Moskal. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I have just a quick procedural note this morning. We have finished the revised schedule and are ready to redistribute it with the one caveat that I would like to wait until the end of the day today to see what happens with Mr. Burke and whether we need to hold that time on the 26th.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there significant revisions as compared to what was sent on Friday?
No, the only other change is that we are now going to hold time on the afternoon of the 25th for John and Emily Pappalardo in case they get edged out of the day that they're currently scheduled, which I think is quite likely.
Understood. Thank you very much. And thank you again for coordinating those efforts. I very much appreciate that.
Of course. Thanks.
Thanks. And good morning, Mr. Moore. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Roger Moore on behalf of the California Water Impact Network, CWIN. I can confirm that as everyone expected, our two witnesses will start the day today. I did want to mention two things just quickly, preliminarily. One, it came up at the end of yesterday, and I think it should be more than sufficient time given the estimates that have been provided. But the two witnesses do need to conclude by 2:15 p.m. today. The other is on behalf of Ms. Meserve, who asked me to bring this up since, as you know, she could not be with us this morning, and there is the looming question of the cross-ex and possible redirect that has not been concluded on Mr. Burke. Ms. Meserve's request, which I think is a very good idea, is just to begin the day with a with an estimate from DWR. I assume Ms. Morris is the one who will be making this of the estimated remaining time that they expect to have for cross X on Ms. Burke. That will help Ms. Meserve and her witness coordinate on what may be coming later on.
Thank you. And I will certainly ask um, Ms. Morris for an estimate. Let's go ahead and elevate Ms. Morris, and I assume Ms. Carroll as well. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris on behalf of the Department of Water Resources. My best guess is between 30 to 45 minutes of cross-examination for Mr. Burke. I can say that for today, for Mr. Buckley, we had estimated 2 hours. I hate to say this because I can't hold me to this. I think it's probably more like an hour. And I know State Water Contractors had 15 minutes, and then for Mr. Gromberg, it says 15 hours, but I think it's 15 minutes. I don't know if that typo was everywhere, but it certainly isn't 15 hours. I think it's 15 minutes or less. And then I think just maybe for planning purposes today, we had estimated for North Delta 2 hours. I think it's between 2 and 3 hours. I do think that holds and might actually be a little bit longer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all our estimates here. Thank you, that's helpful, and I think that means that we may, Mr. Gomberg may start before lunch, so that's just something to keep in mind in terms of timing. Do we have everyone? Let's see. Are we starting with Dr. Buckley, Mr. Moore? Is that
Yes, we are.
wonderful? If we can please elevate Mr. Krieger, and then we can also elevate Dr. Buckley. Good morning, Mr. Krieger. You're welcome to make your appearance.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
All systems are functioning, it seems. Wonderful. Good morning, Dr. Buckley.
Good morning.
And I will look, before we get started, I'll just look to the room to confirm, is there anything else we need to address before we get started this morning? All right, then with that, Dr. Buckley, welcome back. Do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
I do, yes.
Thank you. And with that, I will hand things over to you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Buckley. It's very nice to have you back with us. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. You previously submitted, did you not, testimony for California Water Impact Network's case in chief designated as Exhibit CWIN 004, correct?
Yes, I believe those numbers are correct.
And if I recall correctly, you were also the lead author of the Eco Northwest technical report, designated as Exhibit CWIN 018E, which was also part of the case in chief testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that document was titled Review and Assessment of Economic Issues Related to the Delta Conveyance Project.
Yes.
Are your professional qualifications and academic qualifications still accurately summarized in your prior testimony in CWIN 004 and in your curriculum vitae CWIN 005?
Yes, that would still be correct. There haven't been any substantial changes.
Just so they're fresh in mind for today's testimony and discussion, can you just briefly recap, first of all, your education and the degrees that you hold?
Yes, my undergraduate is in economics, and then my PhD through an environmental studies program was focused in environmental economics and generally focused on water and land resource use. And then my work had a postdoc at University of Montana, and my work has focused on economic analysis of water and land resources.
And similarly, I know it's already spelled out in the previous written testimony that we just referred to, but can you also just briefly describe your current professional position and title?
Yes, I'm a project director, senior economist with Echo Northwest, an economics research firm. For nearly 2 decades, I have been part of and generally led our environment natural resource group, where most of our work is some dimension of economic analysis regarding, as I say, water, land, forest, resource management decisions. Most of the work is generally work conducted for federal agencies and also state agencies, Forest Service, BLM, EPA, similar. And I do a portion of expert testimony work. Most of it has been for U.S. Department of Justice on behalf of EPA, but also some tribes and states and municipalities on similar issues. Also, some wildfire damage estimation for counties, cities, communities.
Thank you. And do I recall correctly from your prior testimony that in the course of your work, you have become familiar with the economic and related environmental aspects of the Delta Conveyance project proposed by DWR?
Yes, I've had the opportunity with my team at Echo Northwest to analyze all of the relevant information for economic considerations at hand for the DCP.
And just to avoid what I hope will not get, but potential, extraneous forays about the context of your expertise. Do I understand correctly that, as in your prior testimony, you are testifying as an expert drawing on your expertise in economics and environmental studies, and not purporting to provide, for example, legal expert testimony or scientific expert testimony?
Yes, that's correct. I am not providing any legal testimony, and I am also not serving as a biophysical scientist or an engineer. In my work, I generally have to collaborate closely with those kinds of experts and use and apply the analyses that they conduct. So I'm quite familiar with biological, chemical, engineering types of analyses, particularly relevant to water resources and water infrastructure decisions, but those are not my personal areas of technical analytical expertise.
Great, thank you. Is Exhibit CWIN 300 a true and accurate copy of your written rebuttal testimony submitted in this proceeding?
Yes, that is correct.
And do I understand correctly that your rebuttal testimony provides responses to certain points that are discussed in your testimony that are made in the testimony of Adam Murdoch, exhibit DWR 00035R, the testimony of David Sunding, exhibit DWR 1303, the rebuttal testimony of Valerie Pryor, exhibit SWC 900, and the rebuttal testimony of Brandon Goshi, SWC 903.
Yes, that's correct. My rebuttal is limited to response to the explicit comments or opinions by those separate reports that name me specifically.
So it's not an attempt to redo your case in chief testimony. You're just responding to the specific areas noted in your testimony, addressing the exhibits that I mentioned, correct?
Yes, I limited my rebuttal to specific statements exclusively in those reports.
And I mentioned the four individuals' testimony that your rebuttal testimony is responding to. Did any of the points made in the testimony of those four individuals that I just mentioned lead you to change the findings and opinions provided in your earlier testimony in Exhibit CWIN 004?
No, none of their critiques led to any changes, and I did not find any real substantial additional or new information that they provided on those points.
Thank you. And then same question uh, 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 about whether the testimony that I mentioned led you to change findings and opinions in the previously submitted technical report that went in with your testimony, CWIN Exhibit 18E.
Correct. I found no reason to make any changes or updates to that previous technical report.
Thank you. And in your rebuttal testimony, did you also rely on CWIN Exhibits 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, and 400?
I believe that is correct. Yes, that was 302, 303, 304, 5, 6, 307, 308, 309. Yes.
And 400, the
And 400.
rebuttal testimony of
Yes.
Mac Gomber, correct?
Yes. Yes.
In your rebuttal testimony, did you also discuss the cost-benefit analysis for the Delta Conveyance project co-authored by Dr. Sunding and referenced as DWR Exhibit 00114?
I know that I reference Dr. Sunding's rebuttal report, and I'm sorry that this last one, the full report. I'm trying to remember if I do actually cite that. If you have it at your fingertips and you know, oh yes, I do see that 0011. Yes, I do.
And in your rebuttal testimony, do you also briefly discuss oral testimony of Dr. Sunding on February 20th, 2026?
Yes, yes, I do.
Now, turning to your PowerPoint presentation, is Exhibit 301 a true and accurate copy of the summary of your rebuttal testimony that was submitted for CWIN in this proceeding?
Yes, it is correct. Thank you.
Lastly, consider this fairly optional, but are there, going back to your rebuttal testimony itself, CWIN 300, are there any corrections or clarifications that you would like to make in your submitted written rebuttal testimony at this time?
Yes, on page 4 of CWIN 300, my written.
I wonder if, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Dr. Buckley, but just so it's easier for others to follow along. Do we have Ms. Mullen with us
We have
today?
Ms. Mullen. We want to bring up Dr. Buckley's
Yeah, could we
testimony.
bring in up the Dr. Buckley's rebuttal testimony, CWIN 300? And Dr. Buckley, please go ahead with your ready about with any corrections or clarifications that you'd like.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Could we scroll this down to page 4? And then ultimately line 12 on page 4. Yes, right here. That sentence beginning furthermore, I realize in going back through this, there's an implied subject in that statement, in that sentence that might be a little bit easier to follow along with a complete subject in there. Furthermore, it should be focused on the cost ratepayers can expect rather than the typical present value approach of a BCA. So it might be easier to avoid ambiguity to say that this kind of analysis should be focused on the cost that ratepayers make. The point here is that this isn't intended to be a benefit cost analysis in this case, but rather an assessment that gives some clarity and predictability for ratepayers and agencies of how much they might be expected to pay as part of the DCP. I'll also add on. I know I reference. Let me pull up my notes on this.
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm not sure what the change was, like what the exact text change that's being proposed.
Well, let's clarify. Are you actually proposing a text change, or was that a explanation for clarification?
You know, it was an explanation, but if it would be better, and Mr. Moore, I don't know if you would suggest that it's more appropriate to suggest a text change or rather explaining that clarification if it was confusing. Maybe it's safest to suggest a text change where between the words furthermore and focused after the comma, it should be could be added there, those 3 words.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. That's how I had followed your description of it. Are there any others? It's fine that if there aren't, but are there any others that you want to make by way of corrections to the text in any of the rest of it?
Yes, if we scroll to the next page, page 5, line 17. I understand. Yes, here I understand now that we have the official numbering for Dr. Michael's rebuttal testimony that I referenced there in line 17, and that we could add SOL 25 after his name. So on that line 17, Dr. Michael, we could add the parenthetical of SOL hyphen 25. I believe that's correct. And I don't have any others at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. And with that, I believe we are ready to go into uh, Dr. Buckley's oral summary based on his PowerPoint presentation. So can we now go back to Exhibit CWIN 301?
And Mr. Moore, will you be submitting, please, please do submit a revised version of the testimony with the two changes that Dr. Buckley identified?
Yes, we certainly will.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is my summary of my rebuttal testimony. We can go to the next slide. We've generally covered this point already, but I have a set of specific responses in my rebuttal testimony to the testimony of Adam Murdoch, David Sundin, Valerie Pryor, and Brandon Goshi. And in reviewing their comments, their opinions, their report, their analyses, I find no changes in my analyses that are warranted. Go to the next slide, please. Next page, please. I'll go through each of the four at a high level. That for Adam Murdoch, he ultimately is suggesting that the cost estimates are simply early stage estimates, class 4, class 5. Those are the lowest detail, the most preliminary category of cost estimates, and that inherently that kind of engineering analysis should omit or is expected to omit a whole variety of cost elements. And generally, the point would be that that should be recognized and acknowledged and ultimately considered when balancing the potential affordability of the DCP. That, frankly, we agree that it's an early and preliminary analysis, and as he describes, it is intended purely for a preliminary economic analysis. So it also relates to some of the issues with Dr. Sundin that I'll get to in a moment as well. So I don't think there's anything there other than that it's important for the public to recognize that such a preliminary engineering cost estimate is likely and frankly expected to omit all manners of cost elements and certainly have uncertainty and a high range of potential variance or ambiguity in the cost elements that are included. And that was really the point of the benchmarking, the examples, some of the literature and other cases that we referenced in our technical report. Not necessarily to say that those other existing projects are well aligned, accurate representations of the specific engineering design or cost elements that the DCP would face, but rather that large, costly, novel, somewhat unprecedented types of projects are likely to see all manner of physical, technical, permitting, planning, mitigation cost elements that can drive the cost up quite dramatically. And that was really the point, sort of the general case of major, complex, controversial projects that have a whole range of undesirable outcomes for certain stakeholder groups. And really this all gets back to the point that these critiques are focused on understanding the magnitude of the costs that the DCP would present to potential ratepayers, which is a critical focus given the rate of increasing costs for water supply, including water quality investments in California, and the extreme level of water unaffordability that households, especially vulnerable households in the expected service area, are experiencing at growing rates. We could go to the next slide, please. So for Dr. Sundin, there are some similar issues, similar to what Dr. Michael brings up in quite a bit of detail in his rebuttal testimony as well, is that while Dr. Sundin describes a range of analyses and considerations for future water supply and population, he really relies at its core in his actual benefit cost analysis on the most extreme case of high demand, low supply, which would lead to the highest marginal value estimates for DCP water. So his analysis, to some extent, biases the results to the most extreme available information regarding the potential value of DCP water. And I understand from an engineering perspective why a very conservative approach is often warranted, at least as one factor to consider in the sense of ensuring water supply reliability. But from an economic standpoint, when we're trying to think about the overall cost effectiveness or efficiency of an investment, we do want to think about a most likely scenario, which I believe Dr. Sundin's could be argued is not. And if we're going to look at the extremes from that supply side, we should also be looking at the extremes from a demand side, and the fact that these results are based on high population forecasts that are inconsistent with past and recent trends and the most reliable forecasts for the state. That it leads to a misleading interpretation of the potential value. And then more importantly, from our perspective, from my perspective, consideration of the potential unaffordability of the water if we don't have the number of households to share the costs that are suggested in this analysis. And while he and others have commented that that kind of consideration, that affordability consideration, isn't necessarily part of a benefit cost analysis. And I recognize that it isn't necessarily a typical part of that analysis. In this case, given the magnitude of the cost and the magnitude of the burden on households, I think it is warranted. And federal guidance for economic analysis in this sort of context does recommend, when it is of such a substantial nature, that it should be evaluated, that the incidence of the cost, who bears the costs, should be identified and highlighted and considered, particularly as budget constraints for households in Southern California get tighter and tighter. Next slide, please. For Valerie Pryor, her response, as certainly an expert on Zone 7 water, is certainly valid in the context of recognizing and demonstrating an interest in the water available from the DCP. I agree that the DCP would contribute to the overall water supply available, and that it does contribute in a way that would likely add to and improve available water. The critique here is how unaffordable it is for those ratepayers if you look at it on its own, and also recognizing that for it to be available and useful, particularly under drought conditions, there are all manner of additional investments necessary. So the DCP costs are not representative of the complete cost to deliver water at the times that would be most necessary. And I know this is a common issue where very expensive projects are combined in evaluation with more cost-effective projects to make them look less inefficient. And nothing that she has presented suggests that there is a more complete supply of water provided by the DCP on its own. And while she says that other more cost-effective alternatives are not currently under evaluation, there isn't any information presented to show why technically or by some other means they are infeasible, but rather they just aren't being evaluated. And my understanding would be that the focus on the DCP has led to say a diminished level of attention for those other available options. So again, my opinion and analysis isn't based on any particular scenario that would need to be developed. I'm not conducting a benefit cost analysis here, but rather what they have presented does not seem to suggest a pursuit of cost effectiveness and looking to find the most affordable approach for ratepayers, particularly given the timing when water is most scarce and most valuable in these areas. Next slide, please. So finally, for Brandon Goshi, he defends this scenario D for planning priorities. And similar to my comments on Dr. Sunding's report, I recognize the value of having scenario D as a conservative scenario to consider from a water supply perspective, given the most extreme case of low available water and high available demand. But we also see that, for one, I think it's to be fair, especially to ratepayers, we should use the state's own forecasts. We should consider the recent trends in population. We should recognize how much more expensive this could be per household given current population trends and state forecasts. And also recognizing that there is a tendency, that there has been a history of overestimating urban water demand. And again, I recognize why an engineering perspective would take that approach because of a water reliability consideration. But here I'm commenting on the economics, in this case, the cost effectiveness, the efficiency, and especially if we open the evaluation to comparison against other alternatives that have potential lower per unit costs for complete delivery during drought conditions. I think it's very warranted to consider the magnitude of the potential cost relative to the potential supply constraints given the scenario D forecast. I believe that's my last slide. Do I have another slide on there? No, I don't. Okay, so that completes my my oral rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buckley. With that, I will look to Ms. Morris. I understand you have questions for Dr. Buckley.
I do. Good morning, Dr. Buckley. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for being with us. I have a couple questions for you. I did want to, sorry, I just made a note on one of the changes that you made. Oh, yes. On the change you made on page 5, adding the citation to Dr. Michael's rebuttal testimony, SOL 25. Did you review SOL 25 or a draft of it prior to submitting your testimony?
I believe I did have a draft that I was able to review. Yes.
And were you working with Dr. Michael on your collective rebuttal testimonies?
No, I had no direct communication.
And did you provide any comments on SOL 25 or a draft of SOL 25?
No, I did not.
If we could, I like to pull up the testimony and orient us. So, and I may not be reading everything, but just to kind of give you an idea of where I'm going. So, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up, please, the written testimony for Dr. Buckley, CWIN 300. And on page 3, please. And if we could scroll down, looking kind of at lines in paragraph 3, in essence. You state the cost categories for the DCP do not include cost categories such as legal and permitting costs, financing costs, and other soft costs that lead to cost overruns for large infrastructure projects, correct?
Yes, and what I'm implying there is that these costs are often, in some cases, these costs are completely missing, and in some cases, portions of those costs are missing. Typical and likely elements of those costs are Um, as Mr. Murdoch states, for these preliminary engineering costs, they do not generally do a full deep dive on all cost categories.
Okay, well, you just said something different than I think your testimony. You said some, but here on line 16, you say, do not incorporate several cost categories, and then you list those. So is your testimony that all of those cost categories that you list below are not included, or some are and some are not?
I'm saying that some appear to not be included, and some appear to be incomplete.
Um, okay, but that's what I'm reading doesn't say that, right? Or am I misreading it?
Um, oh, okay. If we read the whole statement, um, I guess I can read it. I argue that the cost of the DCP are understated and do not incorporate several cost categories that commonly drive up costs for similar projects, including those typical mega projects, particularly as they move forward. So I'm describing in this paragraph the representative categories of costs that are typically neglected. And from our ability to review the details of the cost analyses, we don't find specific and complete estimates of these cost categories.
Let me try again. Specific and complete is different than not at all. What is your testimony in regards to, let's say, legal and permitting costs?
Well, I don't say not at all in my statement here. And I
Well,
say cost
let's
categories that drive up overall cost estimates. So yes, I recognize that class 4 and class 5 cost estimates can have sort of general contingency and sort of broad categories that might in general be intended to capture a whole manner of soft costs, but that doesn't mean that I've seen specific analysis or that addresses the types of those costs that I think would be expected for a project of this scale. So um, I recognize that there is some degree there, but I think they're incomplete, which I would argue then means that you're not actually capturing those costs.
So again, you state, I argue the cost of the DCP considered in DWR's benefit cost analysis are understated and do not incorporate several cost categories that commonly drive up costs. So do not incorporate to me does not mean incomplete. It means they don't exist. So what did
Okay, I'm going to object based on facts, not in evidence, and she may be venturing into territory that exceeds the scope of rebuttal testimony. The context here is that paragraph 3 provides a summary reference to testimony that has already happened in the case in chief and in the supporting technical report, CWIN 004 and
I think
18E,
I'll
on which they've had an opportunity to rebut, and so she's entitled
Mr.
to
Moore, Mr.
talk
Moore,
about
let's
the
stop there.
statement. Okay.
The sentence is confusing, right? It's legitimately confusing, and it's appropriate for Ms. Morris to understand, try to explore what the sentence means. I am also trying to understand the sentence and what is meant by. It seems like there's an issue about cost categories. So I'm going to allow the line of questioning to continue because the testimony is right here in front of us, and we're trying to understand what it means. I'm having trouble with the structure of the. Let me see if I can break this down. When you reference, Dr. Buckley, when you reference cost categories, are you referring to the list that appears later in the sentence, which includes legal and permitting costs, financing costs, and other soft costs, or are you referring to something else?
Those are representative, yes, of what I'm describing, and I think the reality, the way my work often intersects
Well,
with.
let me ask the specific follow-up question there based on that. Is it your testimony that the BCA does not incorporate legal and permitting costs?
No, I'm not saying that it doesn't incorporate them at all. I'm saying that there are categories of costs which could fall within those headings and some in total. Like the financing costs, for example, I'd have to go back. I haven't looked at this particular detail of the original cost analysis in quite a while, but my memory is that the cost elements feel incomplete. So I think you're right that there's a nuance of some ambiguity from my read of the cost analyses of where there are elements that are missing from the cost analysis. And I would assume that Mr. Murdoch agrees with that because he describes these early um, stage estimates as not being nearly as complete as later. So I don't quite understand the controversy with this statement.
I think Dr. Buckley, I think we're just trying to understand it. I don't view it as controversial. I don't have an opinion about it. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand what you meant. Would it be fair to say that another way of stating this, your point here accurately would be to say that you argue the costs of the DCP considered in DWR's BCA are understated and do not incorporate several cost categories or subcategories? Would that be accurate?
Sure, if that makes it easier to understand.
I mean,
Because
that's where okay.
yes. I would have to go back and look at the cost estimates to see which items are explicitly articulated and calculated. My memory is that several of these are either ambiguously referenced or not referenced at all, or appear to be very incomplete. So I realize this statement is sort of a very general statement, which I think is reflective of the very general approach to some of the soft costs and other, um, frankly, probably into some of the construction cost categories as well. And again, this feels consistent with.
Well, let me stop you there, Dr. Buckley, because I think you've answered my questions, just trying to
Okay.
make sure we get the meaning of the sentence, which I think now I understand. And I will turn things back to Ms. Morris.
So is it your testimony that the cost estimate for the Delta Conveyance project does not incorporate legal and permitting costs?
My testimony would be that from my experience and review of the literature and familiarity with preliminary cost estimates, that there are likely several legal and permitting costs that are not included in that estimate. But I'm not stating that they don't have a number somewhere that isn't supposed to represent some portion of that cost. I recognize that there are some very general cost categories, and my experience and analysis suggests that those, whether how we want to define line items would either mean that it's a category that is completely missing or a broader category that is incomplete.
So let's bucket these two so that I can understand. So looking at let's go with legal and permitting. Is that a bucket that is not included, or a bucket, does it go in a different bucket of it's not complete in your opinion?
Do you have the cost? We might have to go back to the original cost study. But this is,
Oh,
again,
I'm sorry. My question, I don't want to interrupt you, but this will take a long time if we can't be sort of focused here. I I don't know how to interpret this because you say they do not incorporate and then you list things. And I'm trying to understand which pieces of this list, in your opinion, based on your testimony, which doesn't cite to anything, you think is in a different bucket because I don't read it the way that you are describing it. which is okay. You're describing it, but I think I'm entitled to know, based as you sit here today, whether you understand that, for example, whether or not legal and permitting costs are not incorporated in the cost estimate.
I probably need to go back to the technical report, 0118E. I don't know if we want to bring that up and talk about that, because that is where I'm, basically on in this rebuttal, I'm just referencing back to the general categories of our critiques, of my critiques of the cost estimates. And in that, I recognize there are some broad categories of contingencies in the cost estimates that I can see would be arguably intended to generally represent all manner of costs. And my point would be that it seems that those are likely inadequate or incomplete. So the semantics of missing versus incomplete, um, I'm not an engineer. I am not an attorney. So I am intentionally um, trying to stay at a very high level on this, that we have not done our own cost estimation, but rather looked at this cost estimate in comparison to similar cost estimates, and having been party to broader analyses of these, that from my read of what has been provided for the DCP cost estimates, these seem to be very inadequate. And yes, I having not been in the weeds of, there's only a very high level of analysis available on those cost estimates.
Dr. Buckley, I'm entitled to know whether it's not incorporated or if it's inadequate. And if it's inadequate, I'm entitled to know the basis for that. And I do not see the word
Ms. Morris,
inadequate.
Dr. Buckley has said we would need to go to C1018E if we want to get into that. And we can do that because I think that's fair, because he does summarize a statement here, and we can go to 018E, which is his reference to this discussion.
I'd like to pull up DWR 12.
Okay.
Please, Ms. Mullen. But I still don't have an understanding and well, before
Well,
we
maybe let me ask this question. Dr. Buckley, my understanding of what you said was that in order to get into the specifics of your opinion about, for example, legal and permitting costs and the level of detail, we would need to refer back to your technical report. Is that accurate?
Yes, that would be one way, but I'm happy to look at the cost estimate as well.
So before we go there, in your statement, you say legal and permitting, financing costs, and other soft costs. So before we look at this, I'd like to understand, what do you mean by other soft costs?
Oh, sort of the whole a whole variety of process that might go along with a project of this scale. I'd say that in my experience on large engineering projects, things can take much longer than expected. Costs can increase over time. Mitigation, permitting, public engagement costs. There are all sorts of activities that are generally, from my experience, not included in a preliminary engineering construction cost estimate.
Okay, and so other soft costs would be, could you give me some examples of what you?
Okay, I'm going to object here as asked and answered, because as the hearing officer indicated, uh, the witness has expressly referenced to analysis that was part of the case in chief testimony in 18E that has a whole section addressing these, that has already been the subject of DWR rebuttal, and doing a gotcha quiz on that when he's referenced the specific places discussed is not helpful when we can simply refer to the specific discussion that was already in the case in chief phase and rebutted as part of the case in chief phase.
Well, let's go. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Dr. Buckley, are you able to, sitting here looking at your testimony, provide some examples of soft costs, or do we need to refer to your technical report?
Yeah, I did open up my previous technical report 0118E, and again, these are examples that are representative from review of similar studies where um, major redesign has been necessary, major delays have occurred and even DWR acknowledges how costly delays could be for a project of this sort. And so I realize that process and review and legal challenge, for example, are all things that could ultimately then um, increase staff burden, increase analytical design requirements. For example, even just moving the DCP from a class 4 or 5 engineering cost estimate out to a class 2 or 1, I'm sure that's a very costly process, and I would consider that a soft cost. I would assume if there's outreach and engagement with stakeholders, especially for groups that are in opposition, those could be a whole manner of soft costs, which really the time factor might be what's most important, because then there's room for inflation and other real costs to increase that could ultimately drive the costs up, the nominal costs that ratepayers have to ultimately pay. Thinking through some of the other ones we've done, if there are other new technical studies, let's say new climate studies are necessary, you could try to do a new population forecast, because if the population forecast piece becomes controversial, new climate downscaling, maybe evaluation of other supply alternatives. If we did actually see this process move towards evaluating in an equal way every supply opportunity that is available in the region, those could all be a whole number of additional costly studies in the millions to tens of millions to more, but also their time delays, as DWR has commented, could lead to billions of dollars in increases. And certainly with legal challenges, I'm not a legal expert, but I recognize how costly that process can be. So again, these are representative, and I don't have a specific cost estimate for any of them that should be added, but rather the public and the ratepayers. My point is simply that the public and ratepayers should be aware of the uncertainties in the magnitude of the DCP costs.
What you just described are uncertainties and risks. And my understanding of soft costs, that soft costs in construction are generally things such as it's the expenses that are non-physical to a project, like a design fee or a permit or insurance or legal services. Do you have a different understanding of soft costs?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, I think Ms. Morris is explaining her understanding of soft costs and then asking Dr. Buckley if he has a different understanding. That's a fair question.
No, I don't think it's different. I mentioned design. Mentioned permitting. I think these are a lot of the same factors that I'm mentioning, and I'm suggesting that the contingency cost range that we see represented in this very preliminary cost estimate, um, if we're trying to be conservative for ratepayers, there's a very high probability that those are incomplete. And I think Mr. Murdoch's testimony generally agrees with that.
I object to the characterization of Mr. Murdoch's testimony. Are you referring to lines 23 through 24, where you say that Mr. Murdoch states the cost estimate is an early stage estimate with an accuracy range of -55 to +80%? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, and I think that demonstrates high uncertainty and incompleteness. I will assume that those are sort of general ranges that are provided, as opposed to they have gone and done analyses and have a discrete measure that comes up with another estimate that is 55% below and another estimate that's 80% above. Are there more detailed cost estimates available that we haven't seen? I think that's sort of representative of demonstrating that there is high uncertainty, as opposed to a whole set of cost calculations, and this is the range of those cost calculations they've developed.
Does that statement use the word uncertainty, or does that statement use the word accuracy of and referring to the cost estimate?
Well, if you're using accuracy to speak to a range that broad, I think we in economics, when we think about probability distributions, we generally use uncertainty to describe circumstances where we have range estimates, but we don't have strong information about the distribution of the probabilities within those ranges. So when I see a large range like that, I interpret it as suggesting uncertainty.
And Dr. Buckley, have you done a cost um, estimate for a large infrastructure project?
I have conducted several economic analyses of the overall costs of a large infrastructure project for, we've done that for Bureau of Reclamation a few times, for state water projects, where generally the engineers are doing all of the initial work. And then we look at those estimates and we add in additional costs that would be likely, as well as sort of various factors over time and the like that could see the cost go up. And this is, one large water supply project in Washington State. That's a joint project between Bureau of Reclamation and the state of Washington. When we went from the first cost estimate to the second cost estimate, the cost completely doubled. And then they started to triple. And quickly, the irrigators and some of the potential parties were like, well, we can't handle those costs. So, in my experience, I've seen that those cost estimates can increase dramatically as they move to more specificity.
I asked if you've done a cost estimate, and then you answered saying you've done economic analysis of cost estimate. Have you done a cost estimate for a large infrastructure project?
Yes, I have
Question
done.
vague as to what Ms. Morris means by cost estimate outside of the economic analysis that provided her other example.
Well, Dr. Buckley, do you think you understand the distinction being made here?
Yes, and this is similar to Ms. Morris's your earlier questions about the cost categories. I do want to be careful to suggest that I'm talking about portions of such an analysis that I would do. That I am not an engineer and I have not done um, a complete cost analysis in terms of every element of the analysis myself, but rather collaborated with engineers and had engineers provide their structural, physical cost categories and some contingencies, and then we have added additional costs or evaluated those costs in, for example, in this example, a ratepayer context, an actual cost. So I think cost can mean a lot of things, and there are several components, and I'm not going to say that I've conducted every element of a cost estimate for a project of this scale, but I have done the economic component, which is generally trying to come up with as complete of a picture of the costs, in this case to the public or the beneficiaries, as possible.
And usually that's a cost benefit analysis or a benefit cost analysis, correct? Which is done based on the cost estimate.
Not exclusively. I mean, I think it's actually kind of rare to do exclusively a benefit cost analysis. Certainly, we do those at times, but we can also be looking at the costs. We can look at the benefits. We can look at cost effectiveness across options. We can look at trade-offs. We can look at the ultimate funding and financing needs. There are a lot of dimensions of the costs that we might analyze depending on what policy question or scarcity we're trying to deal with.
And can we go back to DWR 12? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. This is the total project cost summary memorandum that was produced by the DCA for the Delta Conveyance project. Did you review this in the context of your rebuttal testimony or your other testimony?
I did not review it for my rebuttal, but I believe this was what yes, I did use this for the original technical report.
Are you aware that this document includes other program costs?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, mischaracterizes testimony.
I asked if he was aware.
Uh,
I said that, not whether.
Are you aware whether? Let's add whether into the question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Dr. Buckley.
I would need to refresh my memory of the specifics. I could either look to it myself, or you could direct me to the sections of this report that do address this.
And are you aware whether legal and permitting costs were included in this cost summary memorandum?
Again, I will have to look back, and I know in my original review, it seemed incomplete or missing on those categories. So I
So
did.
is it your testimony when you say the DCP considered in the Department of Water Resources are understated and do not incorporate several cost categories, and one of those you list is legal and permitting costs? In your making your statement, you did not go back and review this document to confirm whether or not this included that.
Objection, asked and answered. The witness has already explained that the context comes from and is discussed in Exhibit 18E, which has a section on this subject. The witness has already explained when he reviewed the information Ms. Morris is asking about in the context of that case in chief testimony. So it appears that what she's trying to do here is have a sort of gotcha discussion based on the DCA exhibit that's up now without the context that the witness provided from 18E that addresses this subject. And the witness
Let's stop there. So
I can answer. I will say that in development of my rebuttal report, I primarily referred back to my original report and trusted my previous analysis. And I do have the DWR 12 document up now, and I recognize that there are broad categories of costs that are listed. And from my own experience and my interpretation of the level of detail of the granularity of these estimates, that they're likely very gross representative percentages for those, as opposed to any kind of systematic and thoughtful consideration that I recognize, as Mr. Murdoch identifies, that these very early preliminary stage cost estimates by engineers are generally focused on those engineering cost categories. I'm not aware that there were any attorneys or planners or other experts on soft costs that were a part of that process. Are you aware of that? Looking back.
Actually, I would like to strike that based on speculation, because as you sit here today, do you know that the DCA did not confer with permitting experts or with legal counsel on what those costs may or may not be?
I am interpreting the level of detail that's provided is very, very low on those categories in this cost estimate.
That wasn't my question. As you sit here today, are you aware of whether DCA conferred with permitting experts or lawyers in coming up with the costs described in this project cost summary?
Objection, relevance, asked and answered. The witness has already indicated that he's not providing testimony as a legal expert. I don't frankly know where.
I'm going to allow the question based on Dr. Buckley's knowledge.
Well, just flipping through here again quickly, if we're looking at 12, there is an estimate methodology section of this cost report.
All right,
section-
Hearing Officer Kinsey, my question was based on his other statement, not him reviewing the document now. As he sits here today, does he know if DCA conferred with permitting experts or lawyers in coming up with this total project cost summary?
And I'm saying in their own estimate methodology description, they don't mention any activities such as that.
But do
But
you
do you
know?
have any other knowledge, Dr. Buckley, as to whether or not that
I
occurred?
don't.
Okay.
Just from reviewing their cost
Okay,
document.
I'm going to make a standing objection here for things that I'm worried are venturing into inappropriate questions about legal opinion here. The subject of conferring with legal advocates for a certain side are different from what is referred to in the rebuttal testimony, the phrase legal and permitting costs. And it is not helpful or productive to venture into rabbit holes about legal consultation with um, people that came up with the DCAS.
So what, I don't understand your objection, Mr. Moore. Your objection is to questions about whether members of the legal team were consulted with respect to the development of the BCA, to Dr. Buckley's knowledge, which that may be your objection. I'm just trying to understand it.
Maybe I didn't understand what Ms. Morris was saying, but I thought that it was a question about whether legal consultation went into the framing of the DCA estimate. Which simply isn't relevant to what the witness was testifying to. And I'm just concerned about venturing into what really could be both speculative and a discussion of what is effectively a legal opinion.
Well, let's move forward, but let's not make it a standing objection because I'm not sure I understand it. So then so if this comes up again, please
Fair
feel free
enough.
to raise it and we will pin it
Okay,
down.
one time only, and I hope it's the last time that I'll
All
have.
right.
And I think I might have a more specific response here also.
Well, wait, I
There's
don't
no
think there's an
question.
outstanding question.
Oh,
So
sorry.
let's turn back to Ms. Morris and make sure we have a question on the table.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I have to say I am kind of at a loss in which there's all these admonishments before this witness begins about how he's not relying on his old testimony and he's not going to talk about it and all of this. And now it's like, go back to 18E, which is his old testimony. And I guess I'm a little confused about some of these statements, and I don't think I've gotten a clear answer. So I'm going to go back and try one more time. I might give up. On page 3 of your testimony, you state that it says, are understated, and then it says, and do not incorporate several cost categories that commonly drive up costs for similar projects, including those typical of mega projects, particularly as they move forward and navigate implementation challenges and complexities, legal and permitting costs, financing costs, and other soft costs. Is it your testimony that DWR 12, the DCA cost estimate, does not include legal and permitting costs?
And I will say, looking at DWR 12, the cost estimate, there's a section on page A18 called exclusions and exceptions, where it says exclusions and exceptions are costs that might normally be considered but have not been included because they're not part of the scope or are let's see, and other non-construction costs. This construction estimate does not include the following items: construction cost, contingency, electrical power supply, other program-related costs, including DWR oversight costs, DWR ER mitigation costs, DCA planning, design, construction, management costs, DCA permitting, other administrative costs, power costs, and they do have a whole list of exclusions and exceptions in their cost estimate, which is understandable to me from a preliminary engineering cost estimate.
All right, let's just go back. Let's go back to DWR 12. And since you're reviewing it on the fly, I assume it's fine for me to ask questions about it. If we could pull up DWR 12 and go to PDF page 3. And looking at this page, do you see that in addition to the construction costs, there are other program costs?
Yes,
Okay.
I see this on here.
And then if you look where it says B, do you agree that other program costs include planning, design, construction management, land acquisition, environmental mitigation, settlement agreement, and community benefits?
Yes, I see that on here.
And let's go to page 11. And if we can scroll so we can see more of this table right here. And do you see under let's see, under think, can you scroll down? I might be missing it. Yes, do you see under the first category, which now we can't see the name of, that it includes ongoing environmental permitting and compliance monitoring as part of the cost estimate?
I see that listed there.
And if we could go to PDF page 13. And you see that this is a section on summary of other program costs?
Yes, I see this here.
And looking at this section, do you see agency coordination as another program cost?
Oh yes, I see that on there.
And then there's a little B.
I do see that little B there.
Can we scroll down to that little B? And do you see that other program costs, including soft costs and portions of the mitigation costs, also include a 15% contingency?
I do see that stated there, yes.
So in looking at all of this information, would you agree that other program costs include soft costs?
I acknowledge that there is a general attempt to have a preliminary assessment of these kinds of cost categories. And my general opinion, though, that once we see a project like this move all the way forward, tends to see these costs increase and we'll say the subcategories of these costs. I think incomplete versus subcategories that are missing is not a distinction that I thought was terribly critical, but I understand from your perspective why it could be. That in my experience, these kinds of costs are generally underestimated. And I don't think we have a lot
I'm
of
sorry. I don't think that's your testimony that they're underestimated. I think your testimony is they're not included.
Ms. Morris, he has explained his testimony that it may be better ways. I mean, I'm not sure how much more productive we can get here. I think he's answered your question to clarify his testimony.
If we could go, you earlier when you were citing to A18, do you realize you were citing to Appendix A?
I was just trying to pull something up quickly. I did not have anything open prepared on that document. So yes, I know I was moving quickly and trying to search for the sections that you might be referring to.
Can we go to PDF page 18? And if you could scroll down, and do you see that this appendix is just dealing with construction costs?
I see that title here on this page here, yes.
So that section you were reading did not necessarily apply to all of the soft cost discussion and other program costs that we just went through, correct?
Well, I'll admit I was searching for the sections again that are specific to the general categories of permitting costs and looking for some detail on what level of analysis was conducted. And yes, I agree that I did not read the whole document from the beginning again right now. And it's been a little while since I reviewed the full document.
And again, I'm going to object to further kind of, isolated quizzing from individual sections by Ms. Morris of the DCA estimate in 00112 when, as the hearing officer indicated a little while ago, the witness has referenced the point that occurred in case in chief testimony in the technical report 18E, which is where this was dealt with. So going page by page through this section without the context that the witness already provided, not in his rebuttal, but in the case in chief stage that was referenced in one line of this rebuttal paragraph is not helpful.
Noted, Mr. Moore. I'm not sure where we're going next. It's up to Ms. Morris. I am hoping we're moving forward, but
I'd like to go back to page 11.
and are we still working on an understanding of this paragraph 3?
I don't know. I'm a little confused, hearing Officer Kinsey, because the testimony says one thing and then the witness explained it. And so maybe the question is based on this, should that paragraph be revised? Because if his testimony is now that those are inadequate, where do I look to understand the inadequacies based on this rebuttal testimony? I just don't know where to
Since
go.
you in 018E, so let's move on. I think we're
objection.
stuck
I
here.
mean,
Mr. Moore,
it
I've
says
got this.
in one
Mr.
phrase,
Moore.
are understated and do not incorporate.
I just want to point out
Moving
one
on.
more thing. In this document under DCP program management, do you also see in the executive office that it includes legal costs?
I do see the word legal on there, yes.
Okay. And then let's go to page 3 of your testimony, please. Lines 21 through 25. And looking again at the lines where you're talking about Mr. Murdoch and the cost estimate being an accuracy range of -55 to 80%. Do you understand from an engineering perspective that the accuracy of cost is not the same as uncertainty?
I'm not an engineer.
Objection to the extent that the question asks from an engineering perspective, and the witness has made clear he's testifying as an expert in economics and environmental studies, not engineering.
But the statement is from an engineer about a cost estimate that's from an engineering perspective. So I think I'm trying to
Understood.
understand.
So yeah, those caveats are noted, and Dr. Buckley, please explain as you see fit.
I interpret this information as suggesting relatively high uncertainty. And the way I define uncertainty is when we don't have a complete probabilistic distribution of expected, in this case, costs. So I interpret this as telling the audience for this engineering analysis to be prepared that the actual cost estimates could vary quite widely from them.
Would you agree that accuracy of a cost estimate does not equate to project uncertainty?
Objection, vague.
I will say that this is also drawing from both the literature that I cite in the technical report, as well as my own experience, that as costs move to higher levels of class estimation, they tend to move towards a more precise estimate, and that more precise estimate tends to be greater. So I guess I'd have to ask you how you define accuracy, how you would want me to define accuracy here.
Accuracy of the cost estimate versus uncertainty of what may happen in the future to the project and things that you've described, like financing costs going up, or inflation, or delays because of litigation.
I would assume accuracy still is suggesting that the central tendency of an estimate is close to what the actual final cost would be. And I think from the literature and my experience, the fact that the whole range tends to shift and it might narrow it, but it also tends to shift up would suggest that these early estimates tend to be less accurate than later estimates.
And those are cost estimates for project components, correct?
Overall cost estimates, overall project cost estimates.
And did you look at any engineering literature as to how they look at cost accuracy based on the classes?
You know, I did re-review some summary literature. I don't have anything at my fingertips describing what generally goes into each level of class estimation. And I'll say from my experience, I know that there tend to be generic cost calculators that are employed, and from my little bit of review here again on the that cost estimate that you were referencing, it does look like they're using cost estimators as opposed to, a full design or full um, surveys and all of the other manner of engineering analysis that I'm sure is necessary for dealing with projects of this scale and across jurisdictions and hydrology and geology and how uncertain subsurface conditions might be until you're actually down in there trying to deal with the project.
Can we go back to DWR 12? Can we go to PDF page 37, please? In your review, did you understand that a risk treatment cost was considered for each of the feature types in the cost estimate?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
I'm sorry, can you run the question again, Ms. Morris?
In looking at this document, are you aware that a risk treatment cost had been assessed as part of the risk evaluation process and are considered for each feature type in this cost estimate?
And
I do see it on this page right now. I do recollect, but I don't have full let's say immediate mastery of this context. So I'd have to review it again to recall exactly what's included in their risk treatment.
And from a cost estimate perspective, do you understand what a contingency does?
I recognize that contingencies are included as sort of a representative categorical share. I think when we tend to see contingencies in, say, the 10, 20, 30% range, they don't tend to capture the full contingencies where you see projects doubling or quadrupling in cost, which I've experienced and I know the literature we reference identifies as well.
And if we could go down to PDF page 10, I think. Hope this is right. Yes. And then if we could scroll to this table. Did you review this table when in the context of your rebuttal testimony?
I did not review this specific to my rebuttal testimony, but I did for the original technical report.
And do you see here that that some elements or many elements apply a risk treatment?
Yes, but I also see that these are very small percentages of the cost estimate.
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but I'll just note that I've tried to have PDF numbers available for many of the documents that are referenced in testimony, but I don't have all of them for this particular document. So I'm wondering when Ms. Morris refers to a PDF number, if she'd be so kind as to also indicate the page number that appears at the bottom of the page so that
I don't have it, but Miss Mullen is nice enough to scroll down and
She
give
can
it.
scroll down.
So
Yes,
I'm
we can ask
looking
Ms.
at
Mullen to
section
show
number.
us. Looks
It's
like
page 9.
actual page 9, physical page 9,
Okay.
or marked page 9. I'm not sure the best way to say it.
And looking at this table 4.1, this is only showing the construction components, correct?
It appears to be construction costs with a risk treatment applied to those to each construction line item.
And then you see where it says the total cost, which includes the construction estimate plus the risk treatment. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it looks like it's a summation across the line.
And then on top of all of those costs, which include both the risk treatment and the construction estimate, there's another 30% construction contingency applied, correct?
I do see that down there, yes.
And if we could go back to C1 300, please, page 4. And looking at lines 5 to 7. Oh, nope, just kidding. Looking at, I believe it's, oh yeah, 5 to 7. It appears that you do not rebut Mr. Murdoch's critique regarding your benchmark study in your case in chief testimony. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
If we look at the entirety of paragraph 5, it appears that you do not rebut Mr. Murdoch's critique of the benchmarking study that you did in your case in chief testimony, but rather come to the conclusion that it isn't specific. The issue isn't the specific similarities, but the general and common trends.
Objection vague as to what she means by rebut.
I think I understand your point, and I'll say that I was pointing out that what Mr. Murdoch is responding to wasn't the point of the benchmarking exercise from my perspective. From my perspective, it was the general frequency that projects of this complexity and magnitude and unprecedented nature have had to see their costs increase dramatically, as opposed to using other existing studies to provide a different but say precise or accurate cost estimate. I'm not saying that these other projects should be used to calculate the cost of the DCP, but rather these other projects and studies and ultimate cost incidents should be used to recognize the high potential for a project of this magnitude to see the cost increase relative to smaller, more decentralized, localized supply strategies.
And one of those projects that you cited in your case in chief testimony was the Oroville spillway, correct?
Let me. Yes.
And can we pull up C1? Well, C118E. And then if you go to PDF page 8, and then I think if you want to scroll up maybe so we can see where Oroville is. Oh, yeah, on the next page. Right there. It looks like footnote 15 is reference for is that where you pulled the information on the costs from 200 to 1.1 billion?
Yes.
Okay, and then can we scroll down to footnote 15? And that looks like a newspaper article. Miss Mullen, are we able to?
Okay, I'm going to object here because she's now asking questions about this part of the witness's case in chief testimony without relating them to specific parts of rebuttal testimony uh, that would reopen those issues. The time has already come and gone uh, for rebuttal of the case in chief testimony and exhibits.
And Ms. Morris, will you orient us just where you're going with respect to the rebuttal testimony?
In paragraph 5, this witness talks about Mr. Murdoch critiquing the benchmarking studies and the potential for cost overruns not being sufficient in size, scope, or purpose. And in his response, when I said, well, do you agree with that? And then you're now moving on to this general similarities, he's doubling down and referencing back to his report that these types of projects, it's not about whether they're the right size or similarity, but it's that the cost overrun. And so I want to understand a couple of these issues that he's referring back to, in essence, in his response.
All
Plus,
right.
I think we've already said 18E, where we were going to pull it up earlier.
Yeah, I haven't, I've allowed you to ask all of your questions, I think, Ms. Morris, so far. So until we, I think, exhausted paragraph 3. But please, we can move forward on this. I think we're looking at footnote 16, if I remember.
15. And are we
15.
able to click on that link? Because that wasn't provided as an exhibit.
So should we mark this? I guess we need to mark it as an exhibit. We're going to look at it.
I didn't mark it. I
Across.
can and pull it up, but it's referenced here just as a link.
Right. So we will mark this as, I don't know what's next in
Let me consult a friend here. 1196.
1196.
1169. 1169.
1169. And we will download it and mark it as such.
We can do it and we'll do
Great.
it.
And you'll send it in. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to make work for you. Okay, we'll do that right now. Can you scroll down, please, Miss Mullen? And if you could keep going, sorry, I have to. If we could. Do you see here that the department's original estimate for the cost of the February 2017 spillway failure and its aftermath, a guess made before the rapid erosion of the emergency spillway prompted the evacuation, was between $100 and $2 million. And in your report, you use the 200 million. Is that correct?
Yes, in the table, I list the 200 million.
And so in that reference, it appears that the planning costs really jumped only after there was an actual failure of the spillway, and it jumped to the 870 million. But the 200 million was prior to the full extent of the damage being discovered, correct?
Yes, I will say that the point of using this reference is to show that initial cost estimates were well below the final cost estimate. And it's true, we did not go and do any comprehensive review of the cost process on this. It was a relatively quick assessment of projects that had both preliminary and final cost estimates that we could look at that had some dimension of similarity in terms of water infrastructure in California and magnitude, things like that.
But those initial cost estimates were before the damage to the emergency spillway, correct? If you know.
Reading this paragraph right here, it says estimate for the cost of the spillway failure. So yes, it's demonstrating that it's an earlier cost estimate, and as more things progressed later, the cost went up. So the point here is that early estimates, and as you have more information or more things develop and progress, the cost can go up. That's really the point of this reference and these kinds of references, that as things move forward, there are examples of projects where the cost estimate goes up, not just 10 or 30%, but in this case,
Were
400,
you
500%.
aware whether that cost for 2 million was the regular spillway and the ultimate cost was before the emergency spillway eroded as the event moved forward?
Objection vague as to the distinction in context between regular and emergency spillway.
I understand your point, and I think it's still relevant because I think as the DCP moves along, we could see unanticipated challenges or complications that develop. And
Like
I
a
think
failure of massive infrastructure?
Ms. Morris,
Okay.
so that's argument, and I think it goes in your closing brief if you want to raise it there.
Yeah. Let's go to page, we can take this down, thank you.
And whenever you're ready, we should take a break at some point fairly soon, but I don't know if you have more on this paragraph, we maybe finish it out.
I can take a break real fast.
Okay,
Yep.
let's do that.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back
May I
at,
convert for a second?
yes, please.
I'm fine taking a break. We could probably all use a short one, but I will mention again that we have our two CWIN witnesses until 2:15 p.m. and it will be very difficult. I'm not even sure it's possible to reschedule them on the current calendar. So I'm hoping that we can, since we've had a whole lot of questions that are really going back through exhibits and case in chief testimony. I'm hoping that we can move through the rest of this in with reasonable speed.
I think we all hope so. We will do our best. So let's go ahead and take a break and we'll come back at 10:53. Thank you. All right, I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent, thank you. And I want to make sure that Mr. Moore is with us. Mr. Moore, are you present and ready to go?
I am present
Great.
and ready to go, and I think now you can see my entire head.
Yes, thank you. Then with that, I think back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Buckley, in your testimony on page 4, paragraph 6, you contend
Ms.
that,
Ms.
oh,
Mullen, can we go ahead and bring that up? It's
sure, better.
Thank you.
So in this section, you're providing a response to Dr. Sunding's use of scenario D, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Buckley, are you aware that Metropolitan Water District is a public agency?
Yes.
Do you know if Metropolitan Water District's boards are elected from its member agencies?
Objection, relevance?
I'll allow it. We'll see where it's going.
I admit that I'm not sure of the exact process for how their governance is identified and established, but I would believe that.
And in this testimony, you also refer to Mr. Goshi's testimony, SWC 500, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And could we pull up SWC 500, please? And if we could go to page 7, I think it's the bottom of 7, the top of 8. And based on your review of Mr. Goshi's testimony, are you aware that in the Camp 4W process, the Metropolitan Water District Board voted to use what is essentially IRP Scenario D?
I see that statement and I have no reason to believe it's inaccurate.
Do you believe you possess the specialized training and experience that would allow you to make a superior decision on what planning scenario should be used for metropolitan planning documents?
Okay, objection. It implicitly assumes a legal conclusion about power relationships that's beyond the scope of the witness's rebuttal testimony, which in context is uh, is about a different distinction, multiple scenarios in a single scenario, rather than the decision making that Ms. Morris has referred to.
I'm going to allow the line of questioning to the extent it's to, as I understand, to look into this understanding of the appropriate, Dr. Buckley's testimony about the appropriate use or inappropriate use of scenario D. And I also understood your question, Ms. Morris, to be about, you probably have to run it again at this point, but about Dr. Buckley's I think you used the word technical or ability. What was the question again, please?
Specialized training and experience? I
Yes,
can
thank you.
repeat the whole question again, probably with you.
Please.
I
Yeah.
can. Do you believe that you possess the specialized training and experience that would allow you to make a superior decision on what planning scenarios Metropolitan Water District should use in their planning documents?
As
Objection, superior to what? I mean, it sounds like it's being used as a pejorative term here.
Superior to the Metropolitan Board and its staff.
I'll allow the question, Dr. Buckley.
I think I understand the question, and this is why in my initial summary rebuttal statement, I mentioned that I recognize there are other perspectives out there that could lead to a different prioritization of a particular scenario. But from an economic analysis, and in particular, a cost affordability perspective, I think it's important to consider scenarios that do not have the most extreme population growth and most extreme water supply scarcity scenarios solely. There's no point where I say that you should not consider this perspective, but it shouldn't be my point was that it shouldn't be the only. And from a cost affordability perspective, it is frankly the most misleading scenario to present if you're only going to present one scenario.
And we can take this down. Are you aware, I'm sorry, do you know how many state water contractors contract with DWR for water supply from the State Water Project?
Oh, I
If you
cannot,
don't, it's okay. You don't need to look it up.
I can't,
Facts and relevance.
I'm going to allow it. Let's see where this goes. Dr. Buckley, please.
I'm sorry, I can't recall precisely. I believe I've seen the number, but I don't
I'll
recall.
represent to you as 29. So for purposes of my question, are you aware of whether each state water contractor may differ as to how they approach rate setting?
Sure, I recognize that the rate setting process for the ultimate incidence of costs to ratepayers has all manner of approaches. And I know because of the unaffordability, there's been a real push at the federal level to try to encourage more novel, more, let's say, equitable approaches to that. So yes, I recognize there's a lot of variation there.
And do you recognize that different agencies may have different tools for how they set rates and what other revenues and things they may rely on?
Sure, I certainly recognize that.
And I want to go to page 7 of your testimony. Looking at it's the bottom of page 7 into the top of page 9. So I'm sorry, Ms. Moon, that is C1 300. Okay. You make a statement about the recent denial of the bond validation to finance the DCP by California's 3rd District Court of Appeals underscores, and if we could scroll down a little bit, the legal and financial risks associated with a project of this scale, which can affect the benefits of the DCP, are realized and how costs ultimately affect the people who bear them. I understand that you are not providing a legal perspective, but it appears to me that you are opining on this case and the potential implications. So I want to ask you a little bit about your knowledge of this case. Are you familiar with the authorization statutes for the State Water Project?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. Witness has already said that he's not providing a legal opinion.
I'm going to allow the question with as Ms. Morris exactly described, the caveat that we're just exploring Dr. Buckley's understanding of the significance of the proceeding for purposes of his rebuttal testimony. So in that context, please, Dr. Buckley.
Yeah, I'm generally aware that there are authorities for funding, and I am familiar in general and in some other specific cases with what that looks like. And I have been part of that funding strategy development in the past, but I'm not a legal expert by any means on the specific authority here.
You've been part of a funding analysis for the State Water Project?
I would say that my work often involves looking at funding strategies. You know, I've done a lot of work for San Diego County, for example, within their bonding authority to look at funding large scale capital projects. And I understand there are limitations and opportunities legally provided for funding. But my point is I recognize the general categories of opportunities, but I'm not an expert on the specifics in this case.
Can you name the statutes that allow for the Department of Water Resources to construct, operate, and design the State Water Project?
Objection. Now she's giving the witness a legal quiz when he's already explained what he's doing and not doing and put that in context.
And where are we going with this, Ms. Morris?
Well, the question that Dr. Buckley answered was actually not quite on point. My question was authorization for the state water project, and he was talking about different funding mechanisms for public agencies that are not DWR in the state water project. So again, the whole validation action, I'm exploring his knowledge of what it meant, and all of these are components of that and what the potential impacts are.
Okay, I
Okay,
will,
objection assumes facts, not an evidence. I mean, there's a reference to San Diego, for example, which, depending
That
on the
was the
context, may refer to a member agency of one of the state water contractors. I'm not sure.
I recognize I'm not an expert on this, and this is why this one statement is actually in reference to testimony by Mr. Gumberg, who I understand to be more of an expert and more of someone who tracks the proceedings of these activities more regularly. All my intention is here is recognizing that the funding, when it's of this magnitude, has potential challenges. That's my only intention here. I'm not trying to say anything specific about the authority, and I'm not trying to criticize the attempt within their legal options. I'm just looking at it as representative of the funding uncertainty that a project of this scale and complexity could run into.
And that's what I want to explore is the funding uncertainty. You're essentially saying this case is causing a funding uncertainty. And I want to understand what that's based on. I mean, if you are open to and Mr. Moore agrees and you strike that, I can move on and be done with all of my questions right now.
Well, all I'm saying is that it demonstrates there are risks. I'm not suggesting that, in that statement, I say it underscores the risks associated. It's not saying there is no funding available via bonding for the DCP.
What's the basis for your statement that there is risk as it relates to the underscoring from the decision and the validation action?
I mean, just the fact that it's a denial, and I probably would refer. I know that Mr. Gumberg will be testifying, and probably a better question for him than me. But I'm just taking the very high level interpretation that if the court has denied, um, oh, they'll deny the validation. And yes, it's true that I'm not an expert on exactly all of the nuances. It's more representative, again, of a project of this scale, the uncertainties that it can face in its full cost incidence.
Do you know on what basis the court denied, since you're relying on the court denying?
Objection. Now she's expressly calling for a legal opinion when the witness put into
overruled.
context.
She's asking for Dr. Buckley's understanding of, do you have an understanding of the basis, or is the basis, let me ask it this way, Dr. Buckley, is the basis of the court's denial part of your rebuttal testimony?
It's not. It's not. It's just the fact that, and I wouldn't want to get into interpreting court process and decision here. I was really attempting to be very high level here, and I wouldn't want to go into speculating on things that, frankly, are outside of my expertise, and I might not fully understand all of the nuance. So I would rather stay at the high level of the high level headline of the denial.
But if you don't, did you read the decision, Dr. Buckley? Not right now, prior to your statement in your testimony.
Well, I'm relying on Mr. Gumberg's expertise on this, and that's why I reference his statement.
So did you or did you not read the decision in the case?
I believe I skimmed it and looked at the some of the key language, but I did not study it in a detailed way.
Okay. I don't know what else to ask. in this context if you haven't read the decision in detail. So just to be
And
clear,
perhaps we could move on.
I think Ms. Morris is. Ms. Morris, please, your question.
yeah. So just so I understand, you're not basing your testimony on the recent denial. It's not about the denial that underscores the legal and financial risk. It's that there was some litigation. Is that
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. I think well, I actually think your question, that is not my understanding of Dr. Buckley's testimony. So I think, did you finish your question, Ms. Morris? I'm not sure that you
No,
did.
that was my point. He answered the question, but not in a way that corresponded with her conclusion.
Correct. So we need some clarity there, I think. So Ms. Morris, if you would please ask the question
let me see.
again, and Dr. Buckley, you may clarify if this was not your testimony.
So I'm just trying to understand, you're not basing your testimony on the recent denial. It's not the denial or what denial says. You're using it to underscore the legal risk and financial risk that may come from litigation like the validation action.
Yes, I see the validation action as a demonstration of the financial risk and, frankly, uncertainty associated with a project of this scale. I know that I could look back at the court's decision. Again, I'm not
I
someone
don't want you to read something on the fly. I'm just trying to ask when you wrote this testimony. So because you are basing it on the financial risk, if you didn't read the decision, how do you know?
Objection misstates testimony.
Ms. Morris, this does not seem hard to me, which is Dr. Buckley has clearly testified that he relied on the characterization from Mr. Gomberg that this decision was a denial and it invalidated DWR's initial approach to how this funding was going to occur. And in his opinion, it raises questions about the legal and financial risks associated with a project. I'm not sure what else we're going to get out of that.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Buckley.
Thank
If
you.
I may point out, my understanding was that he indicated that he had skimmed it, but chiefly relied on Mr. Gomberg, and I think we can move on.
That's fair. I think I did possibly mischaracterize that. Thank you. All right. Mr. Krieger, I believe you may have questions for Dr. Buckley.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Dr. Buckley. It's good to see you again.
Good morning. You too.
I will represent to you that I believe all of my questions pertain to CWIN 309. So we will be just within that relatively narrow universe of that exhibit. You relied on CWIN 309 for part of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
I know there are a lot of different ones. I'm sorry.
Can we bring it up?
That's fine. We can bring it. Ms. Mullen, would you mind bringing it up? That's the Capone study.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Yes, thank you. And the question, Dr. Buckley, is whether you relied on CWIN 309 to form part of your rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I do. And
Do you disagree with any of the findings or conclusions in this report?
Objection vague. It's a rather lengthy, detailed report, and Mr. Krieger hasn't even indicated the specific reference in a paragraph or line of the rebuttal testimony that he is asking questions about.
I'm not asking questions about anything in particular right now. I'm simply asking if there are any findings or conclusions in this report with which Dr. Buckley disagrees.
Well, can you orient us, Mr. Krieger, to the portion of the rebuttal testimony that we are discussing, or
Okay,
his
and
conclusions?
Yeah, and I'm gonna, unless he can clarify, I'm going to object to the relevance of having a general question about whether there's, 100% agreement or not with the dense findings in a 22-page report.
Well, and I'm trying to cut through that. So please, Mr. Krieger, if you would help us out.
Okay, it's my understanding that in paragraph 21, I believe, of Dr. Buckley's testimony, that he references this report and he references the concept of overestimation from water suppliers in projecting water demand.
Yeah, I believe I understand your question, and I will say that I was relying really on the highest top level ultimate finding, and I know there's all sorts of detailed analysis that they conducted to come to their conclusion, and I have not, for example, replicated their work and come to the same findings. So I wouldn't want to vouch for every piece of their analysis, but rather recognizing it's a peer-reviewed study, I believe, and they are from reputable institutions, and they seem to have looked in a broad sense for their findings. So I'm really just taking their highest level conclusion about a general tendency.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And my question was simply, in your review of this report, there was nothing specifically that you necessarily disagreed with, recognizing you didn't, replicate their findings.
I don't recall anything that jumped out to me as clearly inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that there are some highlighted areas in the text of this report. Did you highlight that text?
I don't know if I did that myself personally. I
If it
don't,
wasn't you, do you know who did?
I do have a team that has support on this, and I think that is the key finding of this report that's relevant to our application of the findings. So yes, I don't believe I did that highlighting myself, although maybe I did. But
But if it
I'm
wasn't
honestly not sure if it's in the version here that we have.
okay, and just so if it wasn't you, you're saying that it was probably one of your staff then who did that.
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't recall.
No, that's fine. And I just want to know what the significance of the highlighting is. And it sounds to me like the highlighting is for text that contains what you believe to be the key findings of that report. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. Metropolitan Water District is not included in this report. Is that right? In terms of the urban water management plans that were reviewed?
I can't be sure of that.
Would you agree that the study excludes the urban water management plans of wholesalers?
I can't be sure. I do see how the Metropolitan Water District is referenced in the report.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 4? Thank you. Do you see step 3 there in figure 1, Dr. Buckley?
I'm sorry, what did you want me to look at?
Sorry, do you see figure 1?
I see the figure, yes.
You see there are 5 steps in terms of how the researchers filtered.
Yes, I see that.
And you see step 3, which is to remove wholesale suppliers.
Okay, yes.
Do you understand Metropolitan Water District to be a wholesale supplier?
I do understand that.
And so is it fair to conclude that the study did not include the urban water management plan of Metropolitan Water District?
I can see how that is likely the case.
Okay, and same with respect to Zone 7 Water Agency?
I can't be certain, but I can see how that might be reasonable.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Did you see Zone 7 referenced anywhere in this study, Dr. Buckley?
I don't recall it being referenced, and quickly skimming, I'm not finding it referenced.
Okay. Do you understand whether Zone 7 supplies wholesale water?
I believe that is the case, but I don't
Okay.
know the full nature of their supply structure.
So is it fair to
Or
say,
their customer structure? Yeah.
sure, is it fair to say then if Zone 7 is indeed a wholesale supplier that its urban water management plan would not have been included in this study?
That does seem reasonable.
Thank you. Do you disagree with the report's finding that the region around Los Angeles, for instance, within metropolitan service area, exhibits relatively low prediction error compared to other areas?
Objection. Relevance to the specific use of this in paragraph 21 of the rebuttal testimony.
Prediction error pertains to projected water demand, which is relevant to paragraph 21 of the rebuttal testimony.
And I'll allow the question, please, Dr. Buckley.
I don't recall that specific result if you would want to direct me to it, but I don't have any reason to refute it
Okay.
from my recollection.
Well, and to be totally transparent with you, Dr. Buckley, most of my questions are really going to be oriented around whether you have a reason to disagree with certain findings of the study. And so if the answer is no, great. If you obviously have caveats, certainly like to hear them. But that is sort of the thrust of this questioning here, which hopefully will allow us to get you through this relatively quickly.
Yes, I don't have any real reason to refute, and it's more just sort of a general tendency, which I've said several times. I understand why, from an engineering and reliability perspective, you would want to be very conservative, but why applying those same demand conservative approaches could lead to economic implications that might not be as useful for affordability considerations. So my point is I don't want to suggest that Metropolitan or Zone 7 or any of these agencies should not be taking those approaches. And this study seems consistent with that. Just saying that applying that same information in economic context, it should be complemented with consideration of other scenarios that would represent even higher costs to ratepayers.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving forward briefly, so you don't have any reason to disagree with the report's finding that demand per capita projections are more likely to be the reason for inaccuracies in demand compared to population projections?
Objection. Assumes facts not addressed in the rebuttal testimony or in evidence.
I'm going to allow Dr. Buckley to respond based on his understanding.
I'm trying to look back at some of the key passages of this study right now. I see where it says, despite an overall increase in water demand, all 8 suppliers in one of their assessments experienced declines in demand per capita, indicating improved water demand efficiency. Your question was regarding the inaccuracies and drivers from population demand versus per capita demand, and which was more substantial. Is that correct? Is there a certain passage of this study that we should look at?
If that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, and Dr. Buckley, if you don't know the answer sitting here today, that's a fine answer too. We're not asking you to digest this study, and that is not actually helpful to understanding your testimony if you didn't know for purposes of the testimony. But
well, I did read this report initially, and really the only application I had to it was the general tendency findings that they highlighted in their summary. But I'm happy to investigate some of the underlying data that led them to that conclusion.
Well, and my questions are really whether you have any reason to disagree, right? So if you've looked at the data, you can tell me if you disagree. If you haven't looked at the data, then presumably that would, there wouldn't be a basis to disagree.
Yes, I have not tried to replicate this study. I don't have any fundamental reason to disagree with the findings from the data that they have themselves.
Okay. And just with respect to that last question, just to be clear, that you don't have a reason to disagree with the finding that the demand per capita projections are more likely to be the reason for inaccuracies in demand compared to population projections. Is that right? Or is that fair?
Could we look at the specific passage or?
Sure. Ms. Mullen, would you mind scrolling to page 9? And I believe it is the last sentence of the paragraph beginning notably, which is the second full paragraph. So that last sentence, do you see that there? If we assume that water demand projections, et cetera, ending errors in projected population.
I see that, yes.
Okay, and my question is simply, do you have any reason to disagree with that finding that errors in projected water demand are more likely related to inaccuracies in water demand per capita projection than errors in projected population?
Yes, I see that. And I recognize, as you'd already identified, that this analysis doesn't include metropolitan or zone 7. But so, yes, I don't have any reason to disagree with that. It might be a different finding if they did, for example, but I have no reason to disagree with this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you mind scrolling to page 8 and specifically figure 2? And Dr. Buckley, I'd direct your attention to panel B. Ms. Mullen, would you mind scrolling up just a little bit so we can get panel B? Thank you. Projected versus actual population. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do see that. And I'm trying to make sure I can read the key for the color codes, but
Okay.
I can see this.
Do you disagree that the fit of projected to actual population trends is very similar?
Objection vague as to what he means by very similar.
Does the fit look very close between the projected to actual population trends in panel B with respect to 2020?
Can we, and I'm sorry, I am confused, and I know your point is that it arguably doesn't matter, but can we figure out what the key is? Is this?
Sorry, okay. Can you, Ms. Mullen, would you scroll down to the bottom of the figure that explains what the different colored lines are? And just to make it simple, black is the actual and the red is the projected starting in 2020 based on the 2020 urban water management plans.
Where am I looking? Where does it say black is actual?
Do you see the description next to the emboldened figure 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Observed values are black.
Right. And then
Oh, and
color
then the
line,
UWMP year is according to the color code. I got it. Thank you.
sure. Thanks.
Understood.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. And if we can please scroll back up, Ms. Mullen. Thank you.
The question, Dr. Buckley, is simply whether you disagree that the fit of the projected to the actual population trend between the black and the red is very similar. Is that fair?
Well, I guess when I look at these projections, it shows how the projections all have a faster rate of population growth, that they're all steeper lines, while the observed has been much flatter. And when I look at this, the black line looks like the flattest of any of the lines. So from my read, and I think if you're just comparing the black to the red, there is, again, without a slope measurement or a calculation here, it does look like the red is a little bit steeper than the black, and certainly the blue and purple both appear to be quite a bit steeper than the black. But it's all relative, obviously.
Okay. Are you aware that the study found that population predictions were correct in the direction of change, but overestimated by 0.11 percentage points?
That sounds correct. They're all upward sloping, so it seems directionally from this sample to be correct.
Okay. And would you generally agree that 0.11 percentage points is very small? A difference of 0.11 percentage points is very small.
Is that a measure of the slope? I can't remember.
If you're going to reference the 0.11 percentage point, can we go to that conclusion in the
Sure.
report, please?
I believe it is on page 9. Are we on page 9 already?
We were on 8, so.
Okay, so if we could go to page 9. Let me make sure my notes are correct here.
I see a reference to 0.11%, and you can tell me if it's right, which is right it's the portion of this paragraph that is not highlighted and starts population projections.
There it is. Yes, thank you. I knew it was in there somewhere. Dr. Bucket, do you see that sentence there? Population projections were correct in the direction of change, but overestimated by 0.11 percentage points.
I see that, yes.
All right. And the question is simply, in your view, is 0.11 percentage points, very small, or to my question, very similar in terms of the black line compared to the red line?
Well, if we're talking about only a few percent annual, I'd have to look at this more carefully to see, is that a percentage when we're already talking about just a few percent annually anyway? So maybe it's 10, 20% of the baseline population increase. We have to look at this more carefully. So my point is a percent of what could determine how relevant that is. So I see that water suppliers on average projected population increase by about 1.1%. So if we're saying roughly 10%, so it's saying that they overestimated it by 10%. Is that an accurate interpretation?
Well, I read it as 0.11 percentage points, which is less than 10%. But that's what I'm curious about, given the similarities between the lines, whether there's a 10% difference there or whether it's 0.11%.
Well, I guess I'm interpreting it that 0.11 is 10% of 1.1. So it would be 10% difference.
Okay. Okay. And just as a visual matter, with respect to the black line and the red line, visually, are they more or less on top of each other? If we would scroll back up to figure 2, Ms. Mullen, and 2B again.
I guess they're not on top of each other because it looks like they're somewhat mutually exclusive. I guess they overlap in 2020, the year that I assume, made this, and so they have the same number there. It does still look like a steeper slope than the preceding black dots to me. And I realize what we're talking about here then, 10% slope difference. These are relatively small magnitudes on this chart, but I think it is important to think about those full consequences, especially compounded over decades, and getting out to the time frame when the DCP would have to be paid. So I don't want to speculate that this suggests that the population projections don't matter, but I agree with you that from a visual look, they are somewhat in the same order of magnitude. And I think a 10% difference is, that's one order of magnitude.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, do you disagree with the report's finding that observed water demand error peaked in 2015? That's on page 14, if you'd like to go there, Ms. Mullen.
I'm sure I have, if that's what it says, I'm sure I have no specific reason to refute that finding.
Okay.
Objection. I'm really not sure where we're going with this from here. The witness has already identified the parts of the report that he focused on for his specific rebuttal testimony and didn't indicate that he had gone through every specific conclusion in it. And there are a whole lot of questions that have been asked that have not been specifically related to the small portion of this that is addressed in rebuttal testimony, which should be the sole subject here.
I'm going to allow the line of questioning because, in part, we have this whole article, or I'm not sure if it's an article, in our record, and I think Dr. Buckley's clarification, to the extent he knows or has an opinion about it, as to how he used this reference, is helpful. So I'm going to allow Mr. Krieger to continue, but at any time, Dr. Buckley, to the extent you didn't look at these issues and you don't know sitting here, that is a fine answer. Please, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Buckley, I understood the answer to my last question to be that you didn't have a reason to disagree with that finding with respect to water demand error peaking in 2015. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm looking at this paragraph, and I do recall reading this. I don't recall scrutinizing it. And it looks like it's probably suggesting from that time frame we were just looking at, something along the time frame of 2000 to 2020, that suggesting demand air was greatest for the 2015 estimates. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, it says in the third line of that first paragraph there that water demand air peaked in 2015. That's all I'm referencing. And see,
Yes, and I'm not sure what time frame precisely bounds that, but I'm guessing it's the 2000 to 2020. So yes, I don't have any reason um, to counter that.
okay, and reading this paragraph, it looks to me, and tell me if you disagree, that the reason for, the air up to 2015 was extended drought, or what they term severe drought during that period.
Well, it says due to the unforeseen growth of demand management incentives, and that those demand management incentives were driven by drought. So incentives for people to reduce their demand because of drought. I see that, yes. So suggesting that drought was an important factor in that demand projection error. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, moving back to page 8, if you would, and I apologize for jumping around a bit. Again, figure 2, Dr. Buckley, would you take a look at panel C? Thank you, Ms. Mullen, for scrolling down a little bit. Projected versus actual water demand per capita.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan year projected water demand per capita, the red line, compared to the actual per capita water demand, the black line, if you look at between 2010 and 2020. Again, the black line is very close to the red line, isn't it, in terms of slope and level, if you will, on the y-axis?
Well, the slope of the first 4 estimates, 2000 to 2015, I'm assuming that's a pretty steep downward slope. And then just those last 2 observations do flatten, and the red, the latest projection, does seem to match those last 2. If we think there's any reason that the earlier trend would continue or begin, then, if you were actually looking at a slope of those 5 black dots, it would be much more downward sloping, demonstrating efficiency or demand per capita improvements from a sort of per capita perspective relative to any of those projections. But I would say I do see, if you're suggesting the last 2 points of the black line relative to the 4 of the red, that those do look similar in slope.
Okay, and just to clarify, the downward slope that you just described with respect to 2000 to, let's call it, 2015, we don't see that same downward slope in 2015 to 2020 on the black line, right?
Right, for those 2, just for that one period.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you mind scrolling to page 11, please? We're getting to the end here. Dr. Buckley, do you disagree that the report's finding that municipalities near and within Metropolitan Water District benefit from a large number of demand management programs?
You were asking, do I disagree with a statement about the existence of demand management programs? And I would not disagree. I recognize there has been a lot of effort on demand management in Southern California.
Okay, and that municipalities near, and I'm talking about metropolitan specifically, benefit from essentially access to those demand management programs?
Sure, in terms of reducing the overall water required to supply. Is that
right?
What and the incentives available? Yes.
That's right. And the metropolitan is providing those demand management programs. Okay.
Yes.
And really the same question with respect to Santa Clara Valley Water District, which is also mentioned in the report. I mean, would you agree that municipalities near and within Santa Clara benefit from, a large number of demand management programs?
Okay, objection as to relevance to the testimony. The context of the one and only reference to CWIN 309 in paragraph 21 of the rebuttal testimony is in response to SWC 903, Brandon Goshi's rebuttal testimony. There is nothing about the Santa Clara area that is mentioned in Mr. Buckley's testimony. He was responding to Mr. Goshi. I don't see where we're going with this.
My understanding, or Mr. Krieger, you can clarify this, is that you're exploring the statement as to the conclusions of this article with respect to municipal water demand. And that is, I believe, the point of an element of that is the point of your question.
That is correct. And Dr. Buckley testified in his rebuttal testimony about the overestimation of demand, particularly with reference to conservation-related policies. So I'm simply asking here, based on the report, its findings with respect to the benefits that municipalities near or within either Metropolitan Water District, Santa Clara Valley Water District, benefit from access to those demand programs.
And by benefit, you mean that those programs are effective in reducing per capita demand? Is that when you say benefit, is that what you mean?
Yeah, in the sense that they have access to them and can avail themselves of those demand management programs.
Sure, I'd have no reason to refute that there are demand management programs and that some of those programs are effective.
Okay. Dr. Buckley, do you disagree that one of the factors contributing to demand overestimation could be uncertainty about the success of conservation policies?
So suggesting that demand estimates are too high because they are being conservative about the effectiveness of conservation policies, is that the implication you're suggesting?
I'm not necessarily saying they're being conservative, but there may be some lack of clarity or uncertainty about the success of a given conservation policy, which could contribute to an overestimation of demand. Would you agree?
Objection vague as to what's meant by uncertainty in this context.
Mr. Krieger,
Why don't
please.
we, okay, so why don't we go to, are we on page 11?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the third paragraph from the bottom? Okay. And there's a sentence beginning, these policies enacted from stages. Do you see that, Dr. Buckley? The last sentence of that paragraph that's at the top of your screen.
Mm-hmm.
It sees these policies and he's referencing, or the report is referencing conservation-related policies. Is that fair?
Yes, and it seems as if they aren't coming to an analytical conclusion, but they're just suggesting that may have been a factor, which again, yeah, I would have no reason to refute that it may be a factor.
Okay. Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if you would scroll to page 17. Okay, and the last paragraph, third sentence beginning, this raises. I just want to know if you disagree that the study finds that it's possible that a conservation threshold has been reached beyond which additional reductions in per capita demand.
Okay, I'm going to object again. We are now straying far beyond the use of the reference to CWIN 309 in the rebuttal testimony and going virtually line through many of the pages of this 22-page report, which if they believe that they can make use of it in a way that supports them, state water contractors are free to request the opportunity for rebuttal testimony. We should not indirectly allow testimony to come in the form of gotcha questions on a witness that has raised this report in a much more confined context of answering points pertaining to Mr. Goshi's use of scenario D?
I am going to continue to overrule this objection. This is your it's Seawin's exhibit, and Dr. Buckley references it, and I don't actually see the efficiency in allowing the state water contractors to subpoena Dr. Buckley on surrebuttal and ask these same questions. I think it's most efficiently done here, and I think it's fairly related to I understand it's a general statement, but a general statement in his testimony. So I'm going to continue to allow this line of questioning. I think Mr. Krieger, I would admonish him to be efficient, but I think he has been fairly efficient, so we can continue.
I have 2 questions left, so hopefully we can move on quickly.
Should I answer that one first, though?
Yeah, if you need it again, let me know, Dr. Buckley.
I think I understand, because I see the point here. And realistically, that finding is just from one data point, that they have the trend, and it's really just the 2020 value that kicks up. So they're suggesting there might be a threshold that only revealed itself in 2020. And I'll say that, yes, I recognize that's potential, but I also will say that I know that in economics, there's a history of demonstrating that, let's say, technological advances can continue even when people can't foresee them. And so I wouldn't want to suggest that one data point in this study suggests that we've reached a frontier boundary on water efficiency. And again, I'm not a water engineer, but if I also heard that there are new ways to be more efficient with reducing water demand in society, I would also believe that claim. So I think this is a very light claim here, but I don't have any reason to refute it. But I also don't think they have any real substantial data behind that.
No, I appreciate that. And my question was whether it's possible, not if that, is a.
I mean, it's certainly possible. I personally would find it unlikely that technology has stopped advancing on water efficiency and demand and behavior and land use and all the other factors that go into per capita calculations. But I understand your point.
Okay.
Hearing Officer Kenzie, can I just interject with a very quick request for clarification here? As I recall, the state water contractor's estimate for cross-acts of this witness was, I believe, 15 minutes. Correct me if I'm mistaken. We have gone far, far beyond that. I have made clear several times that both Seawin witnesses are only available until 2:15. So if Mr. Krieger is not concluded, I would want a very specific and hopefully short estimate of the remaining time for cross-acts.
I think Mr. Krieger just said he had 2 more questions.
Now we're down to 1.
Now we're down to 1. We have 1 more question, so let's go ahead and finish the cross.
Dr. Buckley has already answered it, and I just want to be clear that, Dr. Buckley, do you disagree with the report's finding that some water demand overestimation may be on purpose because a conservative estimate may provide a safety factor to minimize the risk of water shortage in light of climate change?
Are you referencing a particular line? I'm sorry, Mr. Krieger.
Sure, if we want to go to page 16, second paragraph from the bottom, 3rd sentence from the beginning. And I think Dr. Buckley has alluded to this before. With respect to water supply planning, he doesn't necessarily object. It's from an economic analysis standpoint that his rebuttal testimony is focused on. And I think this report is another way of saying something similar to that, but I wanted to know whether he has a basis to disagree with the report.
I don't have a basis to disagree with that.
Okay. Well, with that, Dr. Buckley, thank you very much for your time. I have no more further questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Thank you, Dr. Buckley. I do not have additional questions, which I believe means we turn to you, Mr. Moore. We could take an early lunch if you prefer to have or if you need just a few minutes to think about redirect, or if you're ready for redirect. All of those are options for you.
I would suggest an early and probably short lunch, given the circumstances, and our hope to conclude by 2:15, followed by what I expect will be a very short redirect, and then I hope we can go right on from there to the direct testimony of Mr. Gomber.
So my proposal, and I'll look to you, Ms. Morris, my proposal would be to break now and come back at 12:30. Ms. Morris, do you have a comment on that or something else?
Just a quick housekeeping. I agree with
Please.
taking the short lunch. I want to try to get these witnesses done on our timeline. I think given where we are, I thought we would be done with both of these witnesses this morning. I think it makes sense to call off Mr. Burke because I know I have quite a lot of cross-examination for North Delta Water Agency. And I forget how long their presentation was. I can look real fast. 30 minutes. So
Yeah,
that's roughly 2.5 hours, if not more. It feels like we are not going to get to Mr. Burke.
2.5, and we still, excuse me for a moment while I try to do math. And Mr. Gomberg, we're looking at over an hour. I think that's right. That seems fair. So I think we will not be hearing the remainder of Mr. Burke today, and he can be excused from waiting on this if he is. And I think there may be a need to hold time in the schedule, whether it was the 25th or 26th. I looked at Ms. Moskal, I'm sure you're listening, to, I think you were making some modifications possibly to the schedule that we'll see later today.
And I will just confer with her on the side, Ms. Moskal, so we don't take any more time that we could use for these witnesses or lunch.
Great.
Thanks.
Then with that, thank you for joining us after lunch, Dr. Buckley, and we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back after our relatively short lunch break. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And let me change my view here. All right, with that, it looks like we have Dr. Buckley, we have Ms. Morris. I want to make sure we have Mr. Moore with us as well before we get started. And Mr. Moore, when you are, hopefully you're hearing us. If you would come on camera and off mute and let us know and we can get started. All right, looks like we have Mr. Moore. I saw Ms. Morris previously. So with that, Mr. Moore, do you have redirect for Dr. Buckley?
Very, very short redirect. I was having a buggy mute button, but I assume you can hear me okay now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Buckley, do you recall being asked cross-ex questions relating to the subject of which costs were not fully reflected or incorporated in DWR's benefit cost analysis as referenced in paragraph 3 on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
And did I understand you correctly that that subject of costs that were not so covered in the DWR benefit cost analysis, that was a subject that was addressed in the technical report exhibit 18E that was part of one of the exhibits of your case in chief testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it also correct that the part of that report which discusses this subject appears on pages 5 to 7 of that report?
Yes, so I do provide detail. We do provide detail in that section about the categories of costs and this nuance of underestimated costs and potentially missing costs.
Thank you. And then do you recall being asked a number of questions by Ms. Morris and also Mr. Krieger regarding your response to Brandon Goshi's rebuttal testimony that's on paragraphs 19 to 22 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
And those questions focused on the subject of the general subject of the assessment of municipal water demand, did they not?
Yes, I would say so.
And did I understand you correctly that that is also a subject that had been addressed in the technical report in your case in chief, exhibit 18E?
Yes, we have a section on municipal water demand in that technical report.
And is that the section that appears as critique 3 between pages 12 and 14 of that report?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I have no further redirect questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, Dr. Buckley, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for answering our questions today. You are excused.
What about Mr. Krieger?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if he does, but I just,
You're right.
and I wanted to say thank you, Dr. Buckley, for being here and answering.
You're not excused yet. Let's turn to Mr. Krieger. Do you have any additional follow-up?
I appreciate the invitation, but I do not. Thank you for your time, Dr. Buckley.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Buckley. And I apologize, Mr. Krieger. That was an oversight. I did eat lunch, so my brain should be functioning better. Then, Mr. Moore, are we ready to go to your next witness? I believe Mr. Gomberg. You are on mute, but I'm going to take that as probably a yes.
Here I go again.
Yes.
I'm now audible again.
Yes, indeed.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Mr. Gomberg does have a hard stop at 2:15. I expect that we will be able to be very efficient with time here and that we can get through that. So if it's okay, I will just launch right into the questions for him, but I did want to pause since he's been here before, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to ask whatever questions you might need to regarding his oath and all that.
Yes, please. And Mr. Gomberg, can you please come on camera and off mute?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to check that. And do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Then with that, please, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gomberg. It's good to have you back. How are you?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Remind us, what is your current position with the California Water Impact Network, CWIN?
I'm an independent consultant, and CWIN is one of my clients, and I am supporting CWIN's case in this proceeding.
And you previously submitted testimony for CWIN's case in chief that was submitted as CWIN exhibit CWIN 100, did you not?
That's correct.
Are your professional qualifications and educational background still accurately summarized in that testimony, CWIN 100, and in your curriculum vitae, CWIN 101?
Yes.
Is exhibit CWIN 400 a true and accurate copy of the written rebuttal testimony you prepared for CWIN in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Do I understand correctly that your rebuttal testimony in CWIN 400, excuse me, responds to certain points that you walk through in the rebuttal testimony of Valerie Pryor, exhibit SWC 400, and in the rebuttal testimony of Brandon Goshi, SWC 903?
Yes.
In your rebuttal testimony, did you rely on CWIN exhibits 004, 401, 402, 403, and 404?
Yes, I did.
And in your rebuttal testimony, did you also rely on the rebuttal testimony of Heather Cooley, exhibit FOR 137?
Yes.
Did you also, in your rebuttal testimony, CWIN 400, rely on other sources that are noted in the text of that testimony, including those referenced in the footnotes to your testimony?
Yes.
Consider this optional, but same question here that I asked Dr. Buckley. Are there any corrections or clarifications in your written rebuttal testimony, CWIN 400, that you would like to make at this time?
No.
And do I understand correctly that you did not prepare a PowerPoint, but that you'd like to provide a high-level oral summary, however succinct, about points that are in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, and in the interest of time, I'm going to keep it very brief.
Those are all my setup questions for Mr. Gomberg, so I hope he can proceed with his very brief summary. Is that okay?
Please, yes, please, Mr. Gomberg.
Great. So as mentioned, my testimony responds to the testimony of Valerie Pryor and Brandon Goshi. I think the main point I'll make at the outset with respect to Pryor is that my testimony examines her claims about the need for Zone 7 to pursue the DCP and that the DCP would be one of the better positioned projects in the portfolio for Zone 7 because it's moving forward in the regulatory process. And my testimony refutes those claims. With respect to the testimony of Mr. Goshi relating to the ability of Metropolitan to achieve additional conservation within its service area and the duty of water managers with respect to reliable supplies, I also refute claims he makes about both of those topics. The testimony otherwise, I would say, speaks for itself. And again, in the interest of time, I think let's go straight to cross.
Thank you. Thank you for your efficiency, Mr. Gomberg. With that, I see Mr. Krieger. Are you up first for questions for Mr. Gomberg?
Yes, I am, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Thank you.
Please.
And good afternoon, Mr. Gomberg. It's nice to meet you. My name is Miles Krieger, and I'm an attorney for the State Water Contractors.
Good afternoon.
I have what I hope are a relatively small universe of questions for you so that we can be efficient and get you out of here on time. Mr. Gomberg, you submitted your qualifications and CV in this proceeding, right?
Yes, I did.
Do I understand correctly that you are not an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of California?
You understand correctly.
Okay. And you are not an attorney licensed to practice law in any other state in the United States, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up CWIN 400, which is Mr. Gomberg's rebuttal testimony, and scroll to paragraph 3 when you get a moment on page 2. Thank you. Mr. Gomberg, in paragraph 3 of your testimony, you cite page 3 of Ms. Pryor's rebuttal testimony, which is SWC 900, which in turn references Dr. Buckley's case-in-chief testimony. Is that right?
I don't recall the reference to Dr. Buckley's case-in-chief testimony, but I am referencing Ms. Pryor's testimony.
Okay. And her testimony includes a reference to Dr. Buckley and Dr. Buckley's testimony. Is that fair? For example, on line 13?
Well, but Doctor, I think it's important to clarify that Dr. Buckley's testimony is referring to a Zone 7 report regarding other water supply options. So,
yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying
Right.
to sort of get all the testimony that we're talking about in one place because I have just a few questions for you about that.
Understood.
And then later in that paragraph, paragraph 3, lines 14 through 16, you conclude that Ms. Pryor's rebuttal testimony cited in paragraph 3, quote, confuses regulatory processes with the ability to produce reliable supply and glosses over Zone 7's role in prioritizing the DCP over other water supply and demand management options. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you responding to Ms. Pryor's testimony or rebuttal testimony on behalf of Dr. Buckley, or is this entirely your own?
This is entirely my own.
Okay, so did you consult with Dr. Buckley in preparing any of your rebuttal testimony?
Dr. Buckley and I discussed various aspects of each other's testimony while we developed it. I wouldn't say I consulted with him in developing my own conclusions.
Okay, so is it fair to say that then your testimony is entirely your own and your own conclusions?
Yes.
And you're not relying on Dr. Buckley's expertise in forming your opinions?
No, I am not.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to paragraph 4 and lines 3 through 4 on page 3, if you would? Thank you. Mr. Gomberg, you state in paragraph 4, lines 3 through 4, that treating a project that has already received major legal setbacks and faces multiple pending challenges as a critical part of water supply planning reflects poor planning. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Have you worked as a general manager at a public water agency?
No.
Have you worked for a public water agency that supplies water to customers?
No.
And have you developed any specific water supply project and taken it through the permit approval process?
No, but I have evaluated multiple water supply projects over the course of my career.
Okay, but you haven't, on behalf of, say, a public water agency, developed a specific water supply project and taken it through permitting. Is that right?
Objection. Relevance of Mr. Gomberg's qualifications and CV were introduced in the case in chief and referenced again without revision. It's unclear where this is going.
I think the clarifications are fair to provide, to make sure we're clear about the basis for Mr. Gomberg's opinion. So I'll allow the questions, Mr. Krieger, please.
Mr.
We may
Gomberg,
need to say the last one again. I'm sorry.
do you need that last question again?
Yes.
Okay. On behalf of a public water agency, it's fair to say you have not developed any specific water supply project and taken that through the permitting process, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Moving down to paragraph 5, line 7. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. You state that there is a lack of progress for potable reuse in Zone 7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether Zone 7 has developed a desktop groundwater contaminant mobilization model specifically to study potable reuse?
I believe, yes, that I'm aware of the development of that model.
Okay. Did you conduct any analysis of that model in forming your testimony?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware whether the results of that work showed that injecting purified water into Zone 7 groundwater basin would mobilize arsenic and chromium-6?
What I recall from that study is that there were places, locations where there could be that mobilization, and that there might be other locations where that mobilization would not be an issue.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware whether Zone 7 and 5 other agencies recently completed a regional purified water pilot project phase 2 outreach study?
I'm broadly aware of the outreach study.
Okay, did you analyze that for purposes of forming your opinion in your rebuttal testimony?
No, I did not.
Objection. Vague as to what study he's referring to. I'm not aware that it's in the record if it is.
I just named it, and I was simply asking if he was aware whether they're conducting that study and whether he considered it informing his opinion. And
That's fine. I think Mr. Gomberg responded with a no.
Yes, he did. Thank you. Mr. Gomberg, are you aware whether Zone 7 has included a potable reuse study in its 10-year capital improvement project?
A study? I don't recall whether there's a study included.
Okay.
I know there's no actual project included.
Okay. But then is it fair to say that you're not aware whether Zone 7 has requested funds for any potable reuse study in its upcoming budget for fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2027 to 2028?
I'm not. If they have, I would consider that a good thing. Just wish they had done it sooner.
Okay, thank you. And again, paragraph 5, lines 7 through 10, with respect to your statement, Zone 7 is not fully committed to the development of a diverse supply portfolio with more local supply, which would boost reliability and support reduced reliance on the Delta as required by the Delta Protection Act. Is that a fair reading of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. Have you evaluated any local supply projects for or on behalf of Zone 7?
No, I've never had any relationship with Zone 7.
Okay. Are you aware of Zone 7's Chain of Lakes conveyance system project?
I'm aware it exists. I'm not familiar with the details.
Okay. So you're not aware whether the Chain of Lakes project could capture up to 3,000 acre feet of local supplies?
No, I'm not.
Moving down to paragraph 6, lines 13 through 15, you testify that Zone 7's water supply evaluation, upon which Ms. Pryor bases her justification for pursuing the DCP, projects Zone 7's 2045 municipal and industrial demand, M&I demand, at 47,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In preparing your rebuttal testimony, did you review the 2020 Tri-Valley Municipal and Industrial Water Demand Study?
I don't believe so. I believe I looked at the water supply evaluation, which is a 2022 document.
Okay. Did you review Zone 7's draft 2025 Urban Water Management Plan?
So that plan, I believe, was released publicly maybe a day or two before this testimony was, no, it might have been released publicly after this testimony was due. So I didn't have a chance to incorporate anything that draft plan said in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. And you conclude at the end of paragraph 6 that there is no evidentiary basis for projecting a 34% increase in demand within Zone 7. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware whether water service connection fee revenue is increasing within Zone 7?
Whether the total revenue is increasing?
Sorry, are you aware just whether water service connection fee revenue is increasing within Zone 7?
Well, I'm not, but also the fact that revenue is increasing could be attributable to multiple factors, including changes in the fee determinations themselves. That by itself wouldn't indicate necessarily that there is growth.
Yeah, I understand, but you don't know either way just sitting here today, do you?
No.
Scrolling down, Ms. Mullen, to paragraph 7 on page 4, as it spills onto page 4, please. Mr. Gomberg, you testify in that first line there that the LVE fell apart because of disagreements over cost overruns, right?
Yes.
Okay, were you representing any of the entities who were participating in LVE at that time?
No, I was not.
Okay, did you participate in any discussions among those LVE participants about the cost of the project?
No, I did not.
Are you aware whether Zone 7 expressed concerns with respect to the cost effectiveness of the LVE project?
No.
Okay, and the article you cite, which is C1403, that doesn't name Zone 7, does it?
We'd have to look at the article. I don't recall whether it named Zone 7 or not.
Okay, it wouldn't surprise you if it didn't name Zone 7, though, would it?
No, I mean, there are multiple agency participants in that project. It wouldn't surprise me that not all of them are named.
Okay. Scrolling down, Ms. Mullen, to paragraph 8 and lines 18 through 19, if you would, and also onto the top of page 5, lines 1 through 3. If we could have, I don't know if it's possible. Okay, hopefully you can see that, Mr. Gomberg. You state in that paragraph that Ms. Pryor does not describe efforts to curb agricultural water use in Zone 7, and that it should take steps to reduce water use in its agricultural sector. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware whether Zone 7 and South Livermore Valley wine growers have implemented irrigation efficiency measures like drip irrigation, soil moisture monitoring, deficit irrigation, or vineyard water management programs?
What I'm aware of is that efficiency programs are not the same as conservation. Efficiency means more use of water per amount of water, or more crop per drop, as often it gets expressed in the ag setting. I liken this to mileage efficiency for vehicles, right? You can have a vehicle where you increase the efficiency from 45 miles a gallon to 55. But if you drive that vehicle more miles, you didn't achieve any conservation. So efficiency and conservation are not the same thing.
Okay, so help me understand, conservation in your view means what then? Like completely fallowing acreage as opposed to implementing efficiency technologies? Or I
Yeah,
guess
conservation means reducing the total amount of water used.
so in your view, if a technology reduces the amount of water used because it is more efficient to grow the same amount of crop, that is not the same as conservation?
No, because
Incomplete
you
how-
have to look at how much of that crop is being grown. If you took the efficiency gain and you just used the additional water to grow more crops, there was no conservation.
And if in that hypothetical, if you don't use the efficiency gain to grow more crops, say, for example, you use instead of 100 acre feet before the implementation of the technology measure, now you use 80 acre feet, that savings of 20, if you don't use that 20 acre feet to grow additional crops, that's not conservation?
If that 20 acre feet isn't used for anything else and it's available for the environment or from whatever source it came from, then that's conservation.
I understand. So that means that a efficiency savings based on technology is not conservation if that same amount of water is then used consumptively for some other purpose, because you're still using the same amount of water.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Gomberg, did you investigate what percentages of Zone 7 vineyard acreage currently utilize efficiency measures?
I did not.
Ms. Mullen, would you scroll down to paragraph 11? Okay. Mr. Gomberg, in paragraph 11, you identify what you term tools to increase conservation, including budget-based rate structures, among others. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Metropolitan Water District, is it your testimony that Metropolitan has all of those legal authorities?
No, that's why I refer to in line 12, Metropolitan and its member agencies. Metropolitan is a wholesale agency. They don't set direct retail rates for retail customers. They do set wholesale rates for their member agencies, however.
Okay, so it is which tools that you identify in those bullet points do you believe that, or do you understand that Metropolitan has available to it? Just focusing on Metropolitan, not the member agencies right now.
Sure. So I think if you look at the fourth bullet, Metropolitan, as with all the water agencies, are required to abide by Prop 218 and its cost of service requirements, which, as I'm sure you're aware, have been extensively litigated as to what's allowable. I would also add that, again, Metropolitan, as being comprised by its member agencies in terms of its governing board and as the entity that then provides water to those member agencies, has a lot of influence over what those member agencies do, including influence over how they might, say, adjust their rates.
And by influence, are you referring, do you have a particular legal authority in mind when you're saying that? Or are you talking about just the general relationship between Met and member agencies?
I'm talking about the latter. I'm talking about the general political influence, let's say, over how their member agencies behave.
Okay. And then moving on to Metropolitan's member agencies, is it your testimony that the member agencies all have the legal authorities listed out in the bullet points in your testimony?
Okay, objection here, to the extent that the question may be calling for a legal opinion. The witness has identified, um, uh, drawing from his policy expertise, tools that may be available, but should not be asked for a legal opinion.
Understood. And we're not asking for a legal opinion, and with your understanding, Mr. Gomberg.
Yeah, so I think if I understood the question correctly, the question is for the member agencies, do they have the tools listed? Are they able to utilize the statutory code sections? And my answer to that is yes.
Okay. And all of those bullet points that are associated with legal authorities are available to Met's member agencies in your understanding. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And of course, I would, as I noted, some of them are specific to times of shortage.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Gomberg, what are you relying on to make that conclusion? Is it just a reading of the water codes or some other source of information?
It's based on my experience designing conservation regulations for the State Water Board.
Okay. Okay, well, let me check my notes for 1 minute because I may have no further questions. Okay, well, hopefully that was efficient. With that, I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Gomberg. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. I'm going to refrain from making a joke about whether that was efficient or we have conservation or not. I'm not sure I think you both were highly efficient in that exchange. With that, Ms. Morris, please, do you have questions for Mr. Gomberg?
Not conservation, because I'm going to take the time. Just kidding. I have a couple questions, though. I'll try to be brief as well. Mr. Gomberg, thanks for being here today. I have a question. You had an exchange with Mr. Krieger about discussing certain issues with Dr. Buckley, correct?
Correct.
And my question for you is, what information did you provide to Dr. Buckley regarding the validation action?
Objection to the that he may be being asked again for a legal opinion, which he's not here to provide.
And with those boundaries, please, Mr. Gomberg.
I believe I provided Dr. Buckley with information regarding the disposition of the action in the state Supreme Court.
Have you reviewed the bond resolution in the validation action?
Are you talking about DWR's bond resolution?
Yeah, that was subject to the validation action that is in your
Objection vague as to which bond resolutions Ms. Morris is referring to.
the one that was subject to the validation action and was attached to the validation action.
Do you have a date of those?
It's to the action that Mr. Gomberg is testifying to.
It sounds like we don't, but I think that's sufficiently clear, Mr. Gomberg.
That makes it sufficiently clear to me. There was an ambiguity before, but her answer resolved.
Great, thank you.
I've reviewed the court case, not the bond validation. What did you call it? Author, whatever.
Resolution? Was it a resolution?
Yeah, the resolution is yes itself.
And you did read the decision in the validation action, correct?
Yes.
And was the information you provided to Dr. Buckley based on your review and understanding of those documents of the decision?
Objection is to understanding. Again, is she asking whether there was some kind of legal opinion coaching, or is it something else?
His understanding, which does not asking for a legal opinion.
I think he's already answered that his focus was on the disposition of the action, which he related to Mr. Buckley. So I think he's answered that already, unless there's something else I've missed that has not been asked, that is not illegal.
Let's clarify. Ms. Morris, will you run the question again, please?
Sure. And I'm specifically using the words your understanding so as not to ask for a legal conclusion. What was the information you provided to Dr. Buckley based on your review of the decision, your review and understanding of the decision and the validation action?
Yes.
And did you provide any commentary to Dr. Buckley about what your understanding of the decision meant in terms of the financing for the Delta Conveyance project?
Okay, maybe this just needs to be a standing objection because I don't want to get bogged down, but any understanding here should not be understood to be a legal opinion.
Noted, and we can keep that as a standing objection.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm again a little confused because this witness is providing a document and talking about a legal decision and talking about its importance, and then providing it to another witness. One witness tells me to talk to Mr. Gomberg, and now there's objections, and it's a little confusing for me about is Mr. Gomberg being offered as an expert in the context of evaluating legal decisions or not?
Well, I guess Mr. Moore, my understanding is that Mr. Gomberg is not being offered as a legal expert. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and it was actually spoken to in the case in chief phase, in which Mr. Gomberg made clear that he was testifying based on his expertise in policy as described, and was not offering legal opinions. We did not expressly say that in the setup, only in the interest of time, but that is certainly my understanding here, and part of the force behind the standing objection that I've just raised.
And so I will say my understanding of, we can call it an objection or a limitation. I'm not sure it's a limitation, but clarification that Mr. Gomberg is not providing any legal opinion. He's providing his understanding within his own expertise. And we will continue with the questions. I think, Mr. Gomberg, do you remember Ms. Morris's question, or do you need it again?
Let's have it again.
When you provided information to Dr. Buckley regarding the validation action, did it include any implication regarding your understanding of that decision on the financing for the Delta Conveyance project?
Well, I think the way I'll answer that is to say that I provided Dr. Buckley with the decision and with the information that in the decision, or the decision itself, eliminated that claim that DWR had made to the court regarding its ability to issue bonds for the DCP. I did not provide any additional information regarding implications for financing beyond that.
And your testimony is that based on that decision and the subsequent California Supreme Court decision, your opinion is that DWR currently lacks legal authority to issue revenue bonds for the DCP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is that opinion based on?
The decision.
And your understanding of the decision?
Yes, and the language
Standing
in
objection
in the
where
decision.
having what appears to be pestering the witness who is not providing a legal opinion to make him give a legal opinion.
You have your standing objection, Mr. Moore, and I'm going to allow the line of questioning. Mr. Gomberg, please. I don't know if you finished. You were probably through.
I think I answered the question, but
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and hearing officer Kinsey, I'll just restate that I'm struggling a little bit about how to dig into this issue that C1 has introduced with two witnesses who point back to each other and then can't answer any questions, but seem to be stating that this decision has a significant legal consequence, but then I'm not able to explore that.
Mr. Gomberg is answering your questions. He's not pointing, I don't think, to Dr. Buckley and is answering your questions to the best of his ability about his understanding.
Are you familiar with the authorization statutes for the State Water Project?
Objection
Yes.
vague as to which of the authorization statutes she is referring to.
Do you know what the Burns-Porter Act is?
Yes,
And do you know what the Davis-Dahlwig Act is?
I'm less familiar with that one.
And do you know what the CVPIA is, or Central
Yes.
Valley Improvement Act?
Yes.
Wait, two very different statutes. Can we make it clear which she's referring
Central
to?
Valley Improvement Act.
Right, which is a federal statute.
Sure
Yes.
you mean that one?
And you said you did
Wait,
read-
we need to stop there. Again, we're going into legal territory, but unless I am seriously mistaken, I believe that she was attempting in this context to refer to the Central Valley Project Act rather than the federal Central Valley Project Improvement Act, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I clarified Central Valley Improvement Act, and I believe Mr. Gomberg answered the question, so I was moving on.
I think
Oh,
we have
I
to
understood
repeat.
it as the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, the federal statute. That's what I heard you say.
And now the witness and Mr. Moore are saying they're different statutes. So I'm going to move on because I don't think we have an understanding of what statutes are which. You in your decision and your reading of the decision and the validation action, are you aware whether or not the court found fault with the broad definition of the project in the bond resolution rather than with any specific Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, incomplete, and frankly misleading hypothetical to make it that binary. And again, to unravel that would require legal analysis that the witness here is not purporting to provide. He's already indicated that he was speaking to the existence of the decision and not providing a legal interpretation of it.
I don't think well, he's not providing a legal interpretation, but I think, so I'm going to allow Ms. Morris to explore Mr. Gomberg's understanding of the decision, not based on a legal opinion, but based on his understanding as a policy expert. And I think that's where we are. So,
Yeah.
Ms., do we have a standing, do you recall the question, Mr. Gomberg?
Yeah, let me just start this way. My understanding, based on the decision and how the court addressed all of the arguments that were made by DWR and the other parties, is that the claim by DWR that the Delta Conveyance Project would be an extension of the existing state water project or could be housed within the confines of that project for the purpose of bond authority, that was rejected by the court. So given that, I reached the conclusion that DWR lacks authority to issue bonds for the Delta Conveyance Project. And from a public policy perspective, the implication of that is that in order to get authority, DWR would have to go back to the legislature to get bonding authority for the Delta Conveyance Project.
Thank you. Now I understand the basis of your opinion. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I do not have additional questions, so I believe we are to you, Mr. Moore. Do you have redirect for Mr. Gomberg?
I do not have redirect, and I appreciate the efforts of all to be efficient this afternoon.
Thank you. That was highly efficient. With that, then, Mr. Gomberg, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. Thank you for the rescheduling, I realize, of your testimony, and thank you for answering our questions today. You are excused.
Thank you.
And I think, Mr. Moore, unless I am mistaken, I believe that concludes CWIN's presentation of rebuttal evidence. Is that correct? You were on mute, but I lip read that is correct. So
That is correct. That's
Thank you.
I'm a little subpar on the use of technology. But yes, we've concluded with our 2 rebuttal witnesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. And then Mr. Cho, are your witnesses ready to go, or do you need a moment?
I would greatly appreciate 3 to 5 minutes to get our witnesses set up, and we'll be ready to go.
Great. Let's go ahead and do that. We will take 5 minutes and come back at 1:22.
May I ask, just for clarification, did I understand correctly from the earlier discussion that that we're not returning to Mr. Burke today?
Correct.
Okay.
That was, I think, even though we're ahead of schedule, sort of, I think, unless you have another thought, Ms. Morris.
No, we agreed to that, and Ms. Moskow's working on an update and moving Mr. Burke to another time frame. So I think that schedule is going to be circulated towards the end of today at some point.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Morris, and thank you, Mr. Moore, for that clarification. We will not be hearing from Mr. Burke today. Thank you. And let's come back at 1:22. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful. And we have Ms. Morris, we have Mr. Cho, and we, I think, just need our witnesses. So I'll look to, oh, Mr. Cho, are you planning to present them both as a panel or individually?
As a panel.
Great. So let's please elevate Ms. Williams and Dr. Parvathinathan. Hopefully I have that right. I will be corrected if I didn't get that one right.
It's pretty close.
I've been practicing. I think it's Parvathinathan. Nope, I said it wrong. I knew it.
Because I did.
Parvathinathan. That's it. Parvathinathan.
Thank you. Is that we can ask Dr. Parvathinathan if we are close. All right. And I'm looking to the team if you sent those invitations for elevation, please.
I believe they were last in the waiting room.
They're here. They're here. We're just bringing them up. And good afternoon, Dr. Parvathinathan.
Good afternoon, Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. I can hear you. Was the pronunciation close?
Oh, very close.
Okay. I shouldn't say close enough, but and Ms. Williams, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I will just start by asking Dr. Parvathinathan, do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Williams, do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then with that, Mr. Cho, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Austin Cho on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency, as well as Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068, here to present the rebuttal testimony of North Delta Water Agency et al. I'll start with you, Ms. Williams. Is Exhibit North Delta Water Agency, or NDWA-37, a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony prepared for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit NDWA-13 still a true and correct reflection of your professional qualifications?
Yes.
And did you also rely on Exhibits NDWA-38, NDWA-39, and NDWA-40 in preparing your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of any corrections that need to be made to your rebuttal testimony today?
No, I am not.
Thank you. Would you mind please just stating the overall purpose of your rebuttal testimony?
Sure. DWR witnesses have provided opinions that the Delta Conveyance project would not result in more frequent exceedances of the 1981 contract between the North Delta Water Agency and the State of California Department of Water Resources. So the purpose of my testimony today is to respond to that opinion.
And whose testimony are you specifically rebutting and why?
I'm rebutting the testimony of DWR's witness, Dr. Ellen Priest. Her opinion that the Delta Conveyance project would not cause more frequent exceedances of the 1981 contract electrical conductivity criteria, but her opinion is not supported by an appropriate analysis to demonstrate this. Dr. Priest's testimony fails to accurately describe and identify the 1981 contract criteria, and she has also failed to analyze the changes in electrical conductivity using a 14-day running average of mean daily data, which is the metric that's used to determine compliance with the 1981 contract. NBK's analysis of the same modeling results from DWR, but using the 1981 contract criteria and a 14-day mean metric shows an increased frequency of exceedances at the 3 Mile Slough location on the Sacramento River with the Delta Conveyance project as compared to without the Delta Conveyance project. In addition, the modeling that Dr. Priest is relying on for her opinion generally underestimates the electrical conductivity in the lower Sacramento River compared to what we've seen as observed conditions. Regardless, this modeling is still showing higher salinity within the North Delta Water Agency on a long-term average basis with the Delta Conveyance project as compared to without the Delta Conveyance project. Dr. Priest has not considered that electrical conductivity has historically exceeded the 1991 contract criteria more often than the modeling results suggest, and DWR has not provided a historical analysis that includes Delta Conveyance project operations during periods that the 1981 contract exceedances have occurred. So the testimony provided by Dr. Priest does not provide the assurance that the Delta Conveyance project won't cause additional exceedances of the 1981 contract.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Could you please explain how Dr. Priest's testimony fails to accurately describe the water quality criteria of the 1981 contract?
Yes, the descriptions that Dr. Priest has provided do not align with attachment A to the 1981 contract. Instead, she's describing the criteria using ranges for a few water year types and only for a portion of the year. For the one location that she is providing these ranges, she's used an incorrect date range for that portion of the year, and again, has not included the entire year for that location.
Ms. Mullen, maybe could we please pull up NDWA 38? Thank you. Ms. Williams, is this exhibit NDWA 38 a copy of attachment A of the 1981 contract?
Yes.
And you testified previously about the contents of this attachment A during our case in chief testimony. However, that was using DWR exhibit 414. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And we noted that at that time that that copy of DWR of the 1981 contract as presented in DWR 414 slightly obscured the y-axis on the left-hand side of those charts. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so this exhibit here is just a reproduction of attachment A with the left side of those charts shown. Ms. Williams, using this non-obscured version, could you please just briefly describe or summarize what is shown in the top left quadrant or the top left chart? And maybe Ms. Mullen, if we could also zoom in on that top left quadrant.
Yeah, and while Ms. Mullen's zooming, I think it's important to just remind everybody that these are the 1981 contract criteria. There were 4 charts there showing for 7 different monitoring locations. The contract criteria of the 1981 contract was developed to protect water users and their beneficial uses within North Delta Water Agency. And so the criteria for the contract is shown on the y-axis, electrical conductivity as a measure of salinity. And it's calculated using the x-axis, which is based on the 4 River Basin Index. One thing you can note here from this view is that generally in drier periods, so when the 4 River Basin Index is lower, you see that the contract allows for higher salinity or saltier water when the x-axis is in the lower ranges as compared to when the x-axis is higher and there's a higher 4 River Basin Index. There are different lines for different seasons. You'll see some date changes in there where the criteria do transition even within the middle of a month. And as an example, to show what this looks like maybe through a given year, Ms. Mullen, if you could please open NDWA 17E, is an example for 2004. This is a graph we also looked at during my case in chief testimony. And I thought I would quickly just explain this again. So we were looking at attachment A to the 1981 contract, part 1 of 4 in that upper left-hand corner. That was for the Sacramento River at Edmonton. That monitoring location was moved to 3 Mile Slough. And so that would be the applicable location for this chart here with Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. What you can see, the red line here, is the 1981 contract criteria shown for the different months. based on the Four River Index during 2004. So I'll just point out the different transitions in the line there that you see, particularly the one at June 23rd and then again at August 23rd. When the criteria do change, the contract allows for a transition period to allow for the electrical conductivity to make a smoother transition to those different criteria. The blue line shown is the measured EC in the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough, a gauged location. And that data comes from CDEC, and it's mean daily electrical conductivity data that is put into a 14-day running average. And so to compare compliance with the 1981 contract, you would compare the number of days of the blue line that exceed the red line. And so in this example from 2004, you can see that there were 10 days where the contract criteria was exceeded, and 7 of those 10 days would have occurred within that transition period of the contract criteria, and 3 of the days would have occurred outside of that transition period.
Thank you for that explanation. I'd like to quickly just jump to DWR 510R, if we could, Ms. Mullen, and go to PDF page 28. And Ms. Williams, do you see the paragraph at the top half of the page?
Yes.
Would you, how would you describe what is presented here in this exhibit?
So this is where Dr. Priest's analysis and how she's described it is incomplete. So I believe here we're just looking at one location. As I've previously mentioned, there are 7 different monitoring locations that are covered by the 1981 contract criteria, and Dr. Priest has not analyzed all 7 locations. In her description here, you can see the ranges that she's provided. She's provided these only for a couple of the water year types, and has not provided them for all of the water year types or also for all of the year. So she's been focused on August 16th through November 30th, as compared to that year-round contract criteria that would apply.
And if I could direct your attention to the middle of that paragraph, starting with the sentence as shown in revised table EC1. How does Dr. Priest describe EC? Is she defining it in terms of the 14-day mean running average that is set forth in the 1981 contract?
No, this is another reason why her analysis is incomplete or incorrect. She is relying on a maximum monthly average EC, and in other locations, she's relying on a monthly average EC. And those are not metrics for compliance with the 1981 contract, which is based on that 14-day running average of mean daily data.
And can you describe briefly why monthly averages or monthly maximum averages are not useful for comparing with the 1981 contract criteria?
Yeah, monthly averages can conceal shorter term fluctuations in electrical conductivity that could result in additional exceedances of the contract. And as I've described with the contract transitions, especially occurring in the middle or not quite the middle of months within partial months, monthly averages would instead ignore any of those transitions, including transitions that would occur throughout the month in the conditions that we're seeing.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mullen, if you could pull this exhibit down. Ms. Williams, do you have any concluding thoughts to sum up the contents of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do. Historically, there have been 1981 contract criteria exceedances at 2 locations, and historically those exceedances have also occurred outside of the period of August 16th to November 30th that Dr. Priest considered in her testimony, and also outside of the water year types she had identified 1981 contract criteria ranges for. So she's provided the opinion that the DCP would not result in more frequent exceedances of the 1981 contract, but that opinion is not supported by an appropriate analysis. Diversions that will occur at the Delta Conveyance project will reduce Sacramento River flows downstream, including at 1981 compliance locations within North Delta Water Agency, and will result in higher electrical conductivity within North Delta Water Agency. As demonstrated in the technical memo prepared by Dr. Parvathanathan, DWR's own modeling shows that the DCP will likely result in more frequent exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I'd like to turn to you now, Dr. Parvathanathan. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Is Exhibit NDWA 39 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony prepared for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit NDWA 40 a true and correct copy of the technical memorandum that you prepared for a rebuttal in support of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit NDWA 26 still a true and correct representation of your professional qualifications?
Yes.
Are you aware of any corrections that need to be made to your rebuttal testimony or technical memorandum?
No corrections.
And did you also familiarize yourself with Ms. Williams' rebuttal testimony in the preparation for today?
Yes.
If we could turn to your rebuttal testimony now, which testimony are you specifically rebutting, and what is the central opinion that you are addressing?
I'm rebutting here. Can you hear me okay? Sorry.
It's a little quiet. I don't know if you can adjust your microphone.
Is it better?
It's still quiet. I don't know if the microphone can move closer or the volume can be turned up.
You may just have to speak up.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. Is it better? I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
A little bit.
Give me a
You'll
second.
just have to speak as if you're speaking to a large room. Please.
If you give me a second, I think I may have a volume adjuster at the back of the headphone.
Sure, of course.
I don't know if it's better now.
It sounds like the same, but I think, and I'll look to the court reporter. If you have trouble, just let us know and we can take a break and try to.
Thank you, I will.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I can hear it.
Please, then, Mr. Cho.
Would you like me to repeat my question, Dr. Parvathanathan?
I had the question in my mind. So I'm rebutting the testimony of Dr. Priest and Mr. Amardeep Singh. And the central opinion I'm rebutting is DWR's assertion that DCP would not result in an additional exceedances of the 1981 contract between North Delta Water Agency and DWR.
And in the course of preparing your technical memorandum, you looked at various modeling studies, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which modeling studies did you analyze in preparing your tech memo?
I have listed in my tech memo, if you could please bring that up. There are 5 modeling studies and that are published by DWR. And
Ms.
that's
Mullen,
listed in
pull
table
up,
1.
yeah. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up NDWA 40? And page 3, please.
Table 1 on the first column lists those 5 studies, which I understood are published by DWR.
Could you please identify those?
A 2020 AAR and 2040 AAR, updated with ITP. Future Climate 2043 with 50% level of concern. Future Climate 2043 with 95% level of concern.
And if you don't mind also describing the two far right columns that you have in table 1.
To explain these two columns, may I request Ms. Mullen to bring up NDWA 18?
And that was NDWA 18.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So this graph represents a historical data of EC in the Sacramento River at 3 Miles Loop. And you can see two curves. One is red in color, other is blue. The red represents the NDWA of 1981 contract, and the blue curve represents the 14-day historical average EC in the Sacramento River 3 Miles Loop. Ms. Williams just explained about the transition period. I will reiterate. The transition period is a clause in the 1981 contract that applies that there are 7 days and before and 7 days after the point of change of criteria, just overall a 14-day period. And the transition period is considered in my calculations. And if we can go back to table 1. Of NDWA 40. So the transition period is excluded in my computation of the exceedances in the first column. And the last column, I include the number of exceedances during the transition period.
And thank you, Dr. Parvathanathan. And just to summarize again, could you explain how you what data you analyzed in order to put together these figures of days of exceedances under the different modeling scenarios?
Sure. Sorry, if I can request to switch back to NDWA 18. Thank you. So this is a simple analysis of the exceedances shown here as a comparison of the contract criteria in red versus the blue data that is a historical. So whenever the blue data crosses the red curve, which is the contract, you count the number of exceedances as the number of days. And in this example, the contract is exceeded between October 2014 and October 29th, 2014. So this is the number of exceedances as per the historical data. And I did a similar computation of the exceedances using simulated data published by DWR. And going back to table 1, so in this table, let me explain the first row. The first row shows the number 17. The number 17 is the total number of days the contract criteria was exceeded under the baseline scenario for the 2020 AR study. And the row number 2 shows a value of 19, which is the number of days of exceedances of the contract criteria with the implementation of DCP. And overall, we see an increase of 2 additional days of exceedances of the contract with the DCP. And similarly, we could analyze the last column where we see a total of 28 days in the 100 days period of simulation where the contract was exceeded under the baseline. And we have additional 6 days of exceedances with the DCP scenario. And I used a similar concept to do the analysis for the different climate studies. And the 2040 AR shows an increase in exceedance by 32 days as per the column 3. And if you go to the updated with ITP baseline, we see an increase in exceedances with DCP of over 3 days. And with the future climate 2043 with 50% level of concern, we see fewer exceedances, as you can see a number -3, 19 days with the DCP and 22 days under the baseline. And the last, we have the 2043 with 95% level of concern future climate, where you can see that there are 25 additional days of exceedances with the DCP.
Thank you for that. I want to get into a little more detail on some of these scenarios in just a moment, but if we pull back a little bit and looking at these results overall, how would you compare your analysis here showing general increase in exceedances under the DCP scenarios with one exception against the testimony that was offered by Dr. Priest and Mr. Singh that the DCP would not necessarily result in exceedances or an increase in exceedances relative to the baseline?
So from the table, it can be easily observed that of the 5 different studies I evaluated, 4 studies show an increase in exceedances, except for the future climate 2043 with 50% developments. And one more observation can be made from this table, which is that as we move from 2020 EAR, which is the first set of study, to the future climate study, which is the last row, you could see that the number of exceedances has increased substantially from 17 under the baseline to 174 under the baseline with the future climate.
Thank you. I'd like to focus briefly on the 4th scenario down, which is the future climate 2043 with a 50% level of concern. That indicates that salinity or EC at 3 Mile Slough would actually decrease with the Delta Conveyance project in place. Was there anything in your analysis that would indicate why that might occur?
I don't have anything in my analysis that indicates as to why there would be fewer exceedances with DCP. And I have presented in my case in chief tech memo where I presented a monthly comparison. And if we can go to DWR, I suppose Mr. Singh's testimony. It's a PowerPoint presentation. I think it is
124R.
124R, yes, please.
So DWR 124R. Please, Ms. Mullen.
Slide 7. So the graphs on the left-hand side, which is from NDWA 0 to 7, is my case in chief tech memo that compares EC in the Sacramento River 3 Mile Slough between DCP and the baseline. I'll explain what those 2 graphs mean in the next second. And the first bar on the top shows the difference in electrical conductivity between DCP and the baseline. So whenever there is value or a bar on the positive side, that means that EC has increased with respect to the baseline under the DCP. And conversely, if there is a negative number, it shows the water quality has improved. So you could see from this graph, which is criticized by DWR to be an inappropriate use of modeling, it is observed that there can be both increases in the EC as well as some months you could see decreases. So it is my theory, which is not confirmed, that the -3 number you saw in table 1 may reflect some of these negatives or some of these improvements in water quality with DCP. I do not know how a project that diverts water out of the system would result in an improved water quality. Nevertheless, DWR modelers stated that there are modeling artifacts to which I agree. And maybe the modeling artifacts contribute to certain months when the water quality is shown to be improved with implementation of DCP. And translating that, you could see that in that particular scenario, we have 3 fewer days of exceedances of the 1981 contract.
Ms. Mullen, do you mind going back to table 1 in NDWA 40? One other question on this table, Dr. Parvathanathan. How does, we've got a range here, I guess from -3 days of exceedances under the DCP to 47, looking at the the 95% level of concern, just quite a range there. But how does this range of increased exceedances compare to the historical record that has been observed at 3 Mile Slough?
So when I published data, I was contemplating on the reasons why there are just a range of exceedance between the different climate studies. And one of our research efforts pointed to an article published by DWR, which pointed to an apparent underestimation of EC, the DSM-2 model. And we had investigated that in our case in chief. And we also tried to understand how to validate these numbers if they're even accurate. So to do that, we compared these numbers against historical numbers that Ms. Williams presented. So we found that based on historical observations, there are 201 days of exceedance in 27 years of record. And that amounts to approximately 7.4 days of exceedances per year. And for example, if you look at the third row for the updated with ITP study, for the baseline, we see 16 days of exceedances in the entire 100 years of the period of record. So now we are comparing 16 days over 100 years from the model to 201 days over 27 years, which is 0.16 exceedance per year to 7.4 days of exceedances per year in the historical observation. And we observed that this is a discrepancy between the model outputs and the historical observations to the order of nearly 40 times more exceedances in real time as compared to the modeling outputs.
So what does that discrepancy between DWR's modeling of EC and real-world observations of EC tell you about the reliability of DWR's conclusions that the DCP will not result in increased exceedances of the 1981 contract criteria?
And there is not much confidence at this point based on the simple comparison between the historical data and the modeled outputs.
Thanks. I have just two more topics here. If we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to page 5. At the top of this page, Dr. Parvathanathan, you discussed briefly on how future climate conditions may affect EC levels at 3 Mile Slough. Could you please describe what Figure 1 in your tech memo shows?
Yeah, Figure 1 compares a monthly chart of EC, the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough for the three baseline studies.
Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll down a little bit so we can see the full table or figure? Thank you.
To be consistent with DWR's suggestion that one must use average data, I am here presenting an average EC for the three different baselines. The blue bars represents the baseline with ITP, and the orange bar represents the baseline under the future climate 24-3 with 50% level of concern, and the green bar represents the baseline EC under the future climate 24-3 with 95% level of concern. It is quite obvious by looking at this chart that the future climate conditions present higher EC across all the months, and on average is up to 20% higher than the baseline that we see under the ITP condition.
And
so it is, sorry.
Go ahead.
So this, you can infer from that in the future with climates, the conditions would potentially lead to higher exceedances of the 1981 contract that have more than what we have observed historically. And that is also obviously stated in Table 1, where we can see that the number of exceedances have grown substantially under the future climate in comparison to the 2020 AAR study.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Mullen, can we jump back to DWR 124R, slide 7? Thank you. And Dr. Parvathanathan, you note in your tech memo or address Mr. Singh's criticism of NBK's case-in-chief technical memorandum regarding the comparison of the model outputs with the 1981 contract criteria and the use of absolute and percentage values to evaluate the potential effects of the DCP on EC as measured by the 1981 contract. Could you please summarize your response as you lay it out in your tech memo?
Could you please repeat the last part of the question?
Yes, could you just summarize your response to Mr. Singh's criticism of your analysis using the DCP model results and comparing that to the 1981 contract criteria?
Apologize. Is it with reference to the slide in front of us?
This is just a summary of some of Mr. Singh's criticism. We can go back to your tech memo if that's more helpful.
Sure.
Ms. Mullen, can we go to, I apologize, NDWA 40, the bottom of page 5?
Sure. So Mr. Singh states that there are modeling artifacts and one should not approach the modeling results on a month-to-month basis and rather use averages. I refute this criticism, stating that all models have uncertainty, and if there are modeling artifacts, and that should be properly accounted and documented so that the remainder of the data without the artifacts could be used in deriving useful and meaningful interpretations.
So if there were modeling artifacts in DWR's model runs, in your opinion, what should DWR have done to address those?
They should be clearly identified and documented.
And did DWR perform that identification and documentation?
I haven't seen a documentation that describes the source of the artifacts and identifying the months where the artifacts have produced anomalous results.
That concludes my direct examination, and we are ready for cross-examination.
Excellent. I actually need to take a 10-minute break at this time, so let's, I know we're trying to move along efficiently, but let's go ahead and do that. We can come back. I'll give us 11 minutes. Let's come back at 2:11. We'll pick up with cross. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you, and thank you all for accommodating my need for a break. And I think we have the relevant parties here. So with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for these witnesses?
I do, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. I've been working on your name, and as long as no one else doesn't, as long as it doesn't get said incorrectly, I think I'm going to be able to get it. Parva Thanat. See, I can't do it now. I jinxed myself every sign. Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Parva Thanathan. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you for your patience with my pronunciation. And good morning, Miss Williams. How are you? Good afternoon, Miss Williams. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you both. So I'll start. I'm going to go back and forth a little bit, but I'll start with Miss Williams. You're providing this testimony on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency, correct?
Yes, and also on behalf of Reclamation District number 2068, Reclamation District 2060, and Reclamation District number 999.
And what is NBK's role for North Delta Water Agency?
We serve as the district engineer, so the engineer for the North Delta Water Agency.
And has NBK served in that role since at least 1997?
Yes, MBK has served in that role really since the formation of the agency.
Would you agree that the North Delta Water Agency contract that we're talking about in your testimony, the 1981 contract, includes provisions for water quality at 7 stations?
Yes, there are 7 monitoring locations identified in the contract.
And I believe you had cited historical examples of exceedances of the North Delta Water contract since 1997 in your original testimony, and I believe you referenced 1998 in this rebuttal testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, the water quality station from Edmonton was moved pursuant to an agreement to 3 Mile Slough. So that was the reason for choosing the years that I chose.
And would you agree that the majority of the exceedances to the North Delta Water contract occurred at the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough?
Yes, historically, since that time when the location was moved to 3 Mile Slough, most of the exceedances have occurred in the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough, with exceedances also having occurred in the Sacramento River at Rio Vista.
And in fact, historically, other than the 3 Mile Slough station, there was just one exceedance example that you reported at the Sacramento River at Rio Vista since 1997. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If we can please, Ms. Mullen, pull up NDWA 37. And I'm looking in general on page 4 in paragraph 8, which splits the page between 4 and 5. Here you're making the statement that Dr. Priest's analysis focused on only 3 of the 7 monitoring locations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you also making a statement that Dr. Priest did not analyze the 1981 contract criteria at the remaining 4 locations?
Dr. Priest did not summarize or provide information in her written testimony about 1981 contract criteria at the other locations.
And would you agree that exceedances of the North Delta contract at Sacramento River at Rio Vista have been rare?
They've occurred one time historically, yes. Multiple days, one what I would call event.
And to confirm, have you ever observed an exceedance of the North Delta Water, of the North Delta Water Agency contract at any of the other 5 stations since 1997?
No, we've only seen exceedances historically at those 2 locations, 3 Mile Slough and Rio Vista.
And historically, since 1997, do you ever recall the water quality at any of the other 5 stations approaching the thresholds described in the North Delta Water Agency contract?
I don't recall. We do track this from year to year in real time. So I would want to go back and look at the data. We typically do start to see water quality rising in the main stem of the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough and Rio Vista first, before we start to see increases in water quality at the other locations.
And you said you do track this and have data, and would need to look. Mr. Cho, we would request to get a copy of that data at those locations
Is there a time period?
as soon as possible.
No, are you looking for data from a particular time period?
From 1997 to the present.
We can look into what North Delta has. I'll have to confer with Ms. Williams off camera.
Okay.
But we can work on that.
Historically, in your investigations, does North Delta Water Agency routinely check or analyze the EC at each of these other 5 locations against the thresholds defined in the North Delta Water Agency contract?
Yes, we do.
And how do you track that? And what kind of, how do you collect and track that data?
So we calculate the 1981 contract criteria based on the Four River Basin Index. And we use monitoring locations, gauge data that's available on CDEC. Historically, there's also been gauge data available on Water Data Library and through the USGS.
And do you put that in a spreadsheet and keep it by year, or how would you collect and accumulate that data?
Yes, we develop spreadsheets that we update for each year, and often present that material at North Delta Water Agency board meetings.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, in your testimony in DWA 37, paragraph 5, if we want to scroll up, I think it's on page 3. Did you do any independent review or analysis, or did you rely on Dr. Parvathanathan?
Independent analysis on what? What is your question?
In terms of what you're relying on in paragraph 5, did you do any independent review or analysis? Or are you relying solely on Dr. Parvathanathan's rebuttal testimony?
I conducted a review of Dr. Priest's testimony and exhibits for the hearing.
Okay. And okay, in paragraph 12 of your testimony, on page 6, let me go back, sorry, on the data. Are you looking at that? You said real time. So are you looking at that on a daily? Are you collecting daily data and calculating in the spreadsheets? Or are you looking at it just yearly, like a look back?
Ms. Morris, could you just clarify the context of your question again?
Sure. I'm going back to when I was asking Ms. Williams about how NBK collects data for the monitoring stations under the contract, all 7 of them. And my question was to go back and ask about the spreadsheet that you said that you put together. Is that done monthly, daily, or do you only verify from a yearly? Like what time step?
So the data depends on what's available from the sources we're pulling it from. Most of these locations, I believe, have a daily mean data that's provided. And so in that case, we would download the daily data and put that into our spreadsheet to do our comparison with the contract criteria using the 14-day running average. Some of the locations through different periods of time have had different frequencies of data available, so 15-minute data. And in that case, we would aggregate the data into daily numbers and then use the daily mean to calculate the 14-day running average. We typically do this ahead of North Delta Water Agency board meetings, and we do it more frequently when conditions are dry or when we see potential concerns with water quality.
So when you say North Delta Water Agency board meetings, are those monthly meetings?
Those have changed through the years. So there have been years when they are monthly, there have been years when they are every other month, and then there are certain times where they meet more frequently.
Okay. In general, when, how frequently is NBK doing this analysis? Because you just listed 3 different time steps. So I'm trying to understand, like, let's talk about the last year.
The last,
2025. When,
yeah,
how frequently
sure.
did you do this?
So throughout the last year, we probably updated the data monthly.
Okay, but I understand you're updating the data monthly. When are you doing the analysis for compliance?
So we calculate the 1981 contract criteria for each month that we're in when the DWR Bulletin 120 forecast is produced. And so we will continue to update the criteria within each month as that forecast changes as applicable to the month we're in. And then using the final May Bulletin 120 forecast to set the criteria for the remainder of the year.
And then your evaluation after May for verification of the contract is monthly?
I'm not sure what you mean about verification of the contract. So we do download data and monitor EC conditions and compare it to the contract criteria about monthly, yes.
Okay. And that's at each location, at all 7 monitoring locations?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go to paragraph 12. In your testimony on page 6, thank you, Ms. Mullen, you state outside of the drought emergency period. What do you mean? What's your definition of the drought emergency period, or are you referring to the 1981 contract provisions?
Are you referring to line 17?
Yes.
I'm referring to the drought emergency as it's defined in the article of the 1981 contract.
Okay, and can we pull up what's been marked as DWR, I believe, 414? And I know you're familiar with this because we talked about it a lot last time, but I'll just confirm that, Ms. Williams, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and can we please go to PDF page 4? And if we could scroll down first to the bottom where it begins emergency provisions. Is your understanding, or let's just looking at this, is your understanding of a drought emergency set forth in 4B, and then there's several sub-criteria, Ms. Williams, that go up onto the next page? Please let us know if you need us to scroll up to the next column.
Was there a question?
Yes. Is it your understanding that a drought emergency is defined in the contract under 4B and all of the subparts that are listed here on page 4, and you can't see the top column of page 4, there's more sub-criteria?
Yes, this section is No, this section is how the drought emergency is defined pursuant to the 1981 agreement.
And is it your understanding that all of the provisions of Section 4B of the North Delta Water Agency contract are implemented in defining the drought emergency?
All of these conditions, yes, must exist for the drought emergency to occur.
Okay. And to confirm, did you exclude any periods in your analysis where a structural emergency may have occurred?
I have not conducted a separate analysis.
I can ask Dr. Parvathanathan, in your analysis of looking, I'm sorry, I think you did. You have several, Miss Williams, and you referred to like 17E, and you pulled up several times when there had been exceedances. Isn't that your analysis, or did you not do that?
Could we pull up that section of Ms. Williams' testimony just to provide clarity?
Are we going to, is it paragraph 12? Where are we, Ms. Morris?
Well, there's several things there listing the night in paragraph 12, but if you look at 19E and 17E, which were brought up by Ms. Williams in her direct testimony, those appear to be analysis of when there were historical exceedances of the contract.
Where should we go? I'm not sure where we are on whether we need to pull up a particular exhibit.
I'll ask the question. Ms. Williams, did you or did you not do an analysis based on historical information and provide examples of when the 1981 water quality standards had been exceeded?
Yes, I provided a historical summary of when the 1981 contract criteria were exceeded.
And in that analysis, did you exclude any periods where a structural emergency may have occurred?
Objection. The questioning was about a drought emergency, not a structural emergency.
And now I'm asking a separate question.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any structural emergencies that have occurred that would have triggered this provision.
Okay. And just to be clear, in this section on the screen for A, it states if a structural emergency occurs, such as a levee failure or failure of an SWP facility. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's your understanding that there have never been any instances that triggered for a structural emergency.
I'm going to object since this is outside the scope of Ms. Williams' testimony. She did not speak to structural emergencies.
She spoke to exceedances, and I'm asking if whether she considered that in her.
I think this is fair, and I'd like to know the response, frankly. So please, Ms. Williams.
No, in my experience with North Delta, I'm not aware of any structural emergencies that have occurred that have triggered this provision.
And let's look at paragraph 13 on page 6. In this section on paragraph 13 on page 6 and the top of page 7, you mentioned without increasing number of events. What do you mean by that?
Ms. Mullen, do you mind going to that? I think we're still in the 1981 agreement.
Yep, I should have queued. Ms. Mullen, it is in DWA 37, paragraph 36, the bottom of page 6. Sorry, paragraph 13, bottom of page 6 and top of page 7. And the specific language I'm looking at is on line 1 of page 7.
Would you repeat your question, please?
Do you see on this paragraph on page in paragraph 13, page 7, line 1, you say without increasing number of events. What do you mean by that?
So what I mean is that I've provided a historical analysis of the count, so the number of days that water quality has exceeded the contract criteria. And Dr. Priest provides her analysis and makes statements about compliance with the contract. Although she does not acknowledge that there could be periods of existing exceedance events that are worsened due to DCP operations, even if it does not add additional days to the event.
And is it your understanding that a worsening of event is a separate violation or exceedance under the 1981 contract?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
To your knowledge, to the extent you know.
I would say that higher salinity above and beyond the contract criteria would be considered a worsening of the event.
And does that trigger any additional ramifications under the 1981 contract to your knowledge?
Same objection.
Noted. Please, Ms. Williams.
No, I believe the avenues the contract describes are applicable regardless of the type of exceedance event or regardless of the severity of the event.
So if it didn't extend, but it was more severe, you would, to your knowledge, would that be a violation of the 1981 contract in any different way than it's like let me strike all that. Is it your assertion that a worsening, even if it is not longer, would somehow violate the 1981 contract in a different way?
Same objection.
And noted. Please, Ms. Williams.
No, I'm not speaking to the violation of the contract. I'm simply reporting the EC conditions compared to the contract criteria.
And to your understanding and knowledge, is it your opinion based on your working with the contract that the contract is protective of water quality for the North Delta Water Agency?
Again, it calls for legal conclusion.
Noted. I think, Ms. Morris, what do you, I'd like to narrow the question a little bit. What do you mean by protective? What do you mean by that?
In terms of water quality, I mean, there's a contract, and this statement is going to something beyond the contract. And so I'm trying to get an understanding of Ms. Williams' understanding of whether or not she believes that the contract is protective in terms of water quality for the North Delta Water Agency.
Protective for their beneficial uses?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Williams, please. And with the caveat that you're not offering a legal opinion just based on your knowledge and experience.
That's right. I'm an engineer. But I do believe that this contract, these criteria were developed to be protective to North Delta Water Agency water users. And the sentence we've been talking about here, I'm referring to worsened water quality during an event where it's already exceeding the contract criteria.
And just one more question. Do you recall that we discussed one event at Rio Vista? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that event last for 10 days?
Could we please open my original case in chief testimony, which I believe is NDWA 12E? And I have a summary count of the number of days.
Do you have a particular page in mind?
Page 9, paragraph 28. I've described the water quality exceedance at Rio Vista. And the water quality was exceeded for 11 days.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Parvathanathan, I think maybe we'll pull up North Delta Water Agency 40. I have some questions for you. On page 2, paragraph 7, you are providing model results claiming that the Delta Conveyance project would result in a slight increase in exceedances across all studies except future climate 2040 CC50. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the evidence. Dr. Parvathanathan did not present model results.
But did you present a table that summarized water quality differences with 14-day average based on modeling information that you used from DWR's modeling?
That's correct.
And based on that description of what you did, is it claiming that DCP will result in a slight increase in exceedances across all studies except for future 2043 CC50?
Yeah, that's the observation that DCP, as per the modeling, would result in a slight increase. And I qualify that statement with further analysis that talks about underestimation. So I believe this table 1 numbers should be understood in conjunction with the additional evidences I provide. So as I stated earlier, the increase in exceedance is slight, and that casts some doubts on how could that be, and it prompted me to investigate further to assess the validity of those increases. And that's where I was prompted to investigate and compare against the historical numbers. Like I mentioned, you have 201 days of exceedances historically as compared to just 17 or 19 days under the models.
But
sorry.
My question was, and I'm not sure why we're talking about table 2, because my very simple question was, in this paragraph, and if I read it, you state the results from DWR's modeling indicate the DCP will result in a slight increase in exceedances across studies except for the future climate 2043 with 50% level of concern, LOC, contradicting the assertion of Dr. Priest. Do you see that? Is that your finding?
Yeah, that's my statement, yes.
I'm reading your testimony. So how am I misstating it? I'm so confused right now.
I think you said that is his statement.
Yes.
I think you may have misheard.
Okay, that is your statement. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I'm like, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Okay, I'm looking on page.
But it's the 3rd day. Let's all note.
Really, almost.
We're doing very well.
But sorry, I'm so sorry I misheard you. On page 3 in table 1, and you're sharing the results that support your claim in paragraph 7, correct?
That's correct. I was just qualifying, Ms. Morris, that the table 1 must be understood in conjunction with the subsequent evidence. As a matter of observation, definitely there's a slight increase. And that's a qualification I was adding to that question you had asked earlier.
Thank you, but I'm going to get to other questions.
Sure.
And based on the water quality criteria and the 1981 contract, we should be focusing on the column that is labeled exceedances, including the transition period. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you please repeat it? Sorry, I just want to make sure I heard your question.
If we want to understand the number of exceedances of the 1981 contract, we should be focusing on the column labeled exceedances excluding transition period. Is that correct?
I'm not an expert in the interpretation of the contract. I was just presenting mathematically of what it means if you exclude and include the transition period. I would defer that to Ms. Williams for how or which column should be properly used.
So you don't have an understanding about whether the contract allows for exceedances for 1 week before and 1 week after the transition periods?
Objection misstates the testimony.
It's a question, if he has an understanding.
Sorry.
Is that your understanding, please?
So my table 1 is simply a mathematical comparison between the contract and the 14-day average simulated values. So I'm presenting 2 numbers, and I don't know which one is more significant in the practical application.
Did you make a decision to present these numbers in columns, in 2 different columns, exceedances excluding transition period and exceedances including transition period?
I consulted with Ms. Williams because I wanted to be consistent with how historical data has been presented, and also provide an analysis of how far the contract has been exceeded, generally speaking.
Can we scroll down, please, this is a report that you drafted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we look at the footnote, number 2, it states, the 1981 contract specifies a transition period beginning 1 week before and extending 1 week after the date of change in periods. Correct? You
Yes.
wrote that. And
Yes.
exceedances were computed by counting the number of days on which the 14-day mean exceeded the 1981 contract criteria over the entire simulation period, excluding any days that occurred during transition periods pursuant to Article 2A, Romanet 3, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, based on that footnote, if I wanted to understand the exceedances of the 1981 contract, I should look at the column and exceedances. Which column should I look at?
I leave it to the observer. I present 2 numbers, and I don't know which one you would be interested in.
Ms. Williams, do you have an opinion on this?
The purpose for providing both columns was to be able to compare with what we've looked at historically, where we have counted the number of exceedances and also considered transition periods.
And my question was, if I want to understand the days of exceedance under the 1981 contract, which one of these columns should I look at?
Ms. Morris, could you maybe clarify what you mean by should? You're suggesting there's a normative objective to this evidence, and it's not clear in what context are you asking should?
Can you scroll up so we can see the table again? Ms. Williams, do you understand my question?
I think I understand you're wondering which one would be used to consider exceedances against the contract criteria. And I think that if you could go back to the contract and read about what it says during the transition period. The intent was to provide a uniform transition between criteria, but the contract criteria would not apply during that transition period.
And so I should look at the column exceedances excluding transition period. Is that correct?
Objection again misstates the testimony. These 2 columns are presented because they show the days of exceedances of the contract criteria. The question of whether the transition period excludes certain periods from those criteria needing to be met as a legal requirement is a different question, which these witnesses are not here to answer.
Then why did they provide a table with 2 columns and have a footnote about the contract? I'm just trying to gain their understanding of why they did this and which column I should be looking at based on their analysis.
Well, I mean, I would like to know the answer to this too. Maybe Ms. Morris, if there's a way to reformulate the question as which column identifies, instead of to eliminate the should, that may help us a little bit. And it may be that the witnesses don't have an opinion, but that would also, I think, be helpful for my understanding. I can
Based
try,
on-
but I think you'll be better at it than me.
I'm not sure. Based on the water quality criteria and the specifications in the 1981 contract, if I wanted to understand what exceedances would be counted under the contract, which column should I look at? Exceedances excluding transition period or exceedances including transition period?
The contract states that the water quality criteria will be met at all times, excluding during transition periods. So under that context, if you wanted to look at when the contract criteria is required to be met, I would look at the column that says exceedances excluding transition periods.
Thank you. Dr. Parvathanathan, did you analyze other compliance? Sorry, strike that. Did you analyze any other compliance locations in the North Delta Water Agency contract
No.
other than 3 Mile Slough?
I analyzed only at 3 Mile Slough.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Williams, with the historical exceedances that you reported in your testimony, were the days of exceedances which occurred during, were any of the days which exceedances occurred during the transition period?
If you go to my case in chief testimony and DWA 12E, each of the paragraphs have footnotes that discuss the number of days during transition periods.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Parvanathan, why did you not analyze any other of the monitoring of the other 6 water quality locations?
Oh, Dr. Parvanathan, there we go.
Sorry. It was a matter of time that takes to compute these exceedances. For example, to do this table, I had to translate the data from, like Ms. Williams presented, a daily to 14-day mean average, then compute the contract criteria for the different climate scenarios based on forecasted 4-river index. And it is a cumbersome calculations. And by the time I had done it, it had taken at least a week to complete. And as Ms. Williams testified, we didn't see additional exceedances under other locations. So to save time and effort, and we just focused on 3 Mile Slough.
So in an effort to save time, because you hadn't seen any exceedances at those locations, you decided not to do the similar analysis. Is that?
Mistakes testimony.
Is that correct?
Sorry, could you please restate it?
Because you hadn't seen exceedances at other locations historically, and to save time because the analysis was cumbersome, you did not look at the other monitoring locations. Is that correct?
The primary reason I stated is it takes sufficient effort and time to compute this contract criteria for those different locations. And that's the primary reason. And further on, we also looked at the historical data. And that could be the secondary reason, but primary reason is it takes sufficient time and effort.
Do you have any reason to believe if you took the model data and looked at and did the same type of analysis that you did for table 1, that those that data would show exceedances at any other of the locations in the 1981 contract?
Calls for speculation.
Only if you know and don't have to speculate, Dr. Parvanathan.
Thanks, Officer Kensley. I have honestly no idea because I'm dealing with a multidimensional problem with 5 different climates and 2 different scenarios. And then I have to deal with the forecasted data across different calcium outputs. So I really didn't have time to look into other locations.
For each of the scenarios that you analyzed in Table 1, how did you determine the applicable EC criteria from the North Delta Water Agency contract?
So the contract criteria is a function of hydrology, which is represented as the Four-River Index. So I had to compute the hydrologic index across these climates based on outputs from calcium for each of those models. So we have 10 different models, and each of these models outputs from calcium 3 has a specific forecasted hydrologic index. And I take that hydrologic index, then compare against the contract for 3 mile slough for each day. And that is the red curve equivalent for 9 NDW 18E. And I use that contract to compare against the 14-day average for each of those 10 different model outputs to compute the days contacts that exceed.
Okay. And you were using the and that's sorry, I know that we asked Mr. Cho and you provided spreadsheets for how you put together Table 1. Would I be able to find the data that you used for the Four-River, to calculate the Four-River Index to get the appropriate EC in that table, in that spreadsheet?
Definitely. So that the spreadsheet contains outputs for the forecasted Four-River Index for each of those climate runs. And that is actually an output from calcium 3. So you take that for each of those runs and then use the NDWA contract criteria article and to bring up the contract for each of those, each of the days in the 100 years of simulation period. And then I compare against each individual output for 3 months.
And Dr. Parvathanathan, just to confirm, you use the calcium forecast for the Four-River Index values for this analysis, correct?
That's correct.
If we can pull up North Delta Water Agency 40 again. And if we could look at page 3. And I guess towards the bottom, paragraph 8. And I'm looking at the language just to orient you, where it says Mr. Singh instead suggests. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you do not agree with Mr. Singh's statement, is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just reading it. Yes. In a general statement, it is true that at any time an salinity increases, it doesn't necessarily translate to an exceedance of the contract. But if specifically speaking, that statement doesn't agree with the numbers that are in Table 1. In that manner, I disagree with that statement.
Okay. And could we pull up NDWA 17E, please? Dr. Parvathanathan, can you see that okay, or do we need to make it a little bigger?
Oh, no, it's clear.
And you're familiar with this figure?
Yes.
Okay. And this figure is presenting an example of an exceedance of the North Delta Water Agency contract that occurred in 2004 at the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough that lasted for roughly 10 days, correct?
That's correct.
And hypothetically, let's say that starting from September 2004, the salinity at the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough went up by 50% for the remaining part of the year. Based on that hypothetical and the information you see in this graph, do you think that a salinity increase would have resulted in an exceedance of the North Delta Water Agency contract?
I'm just making sure I heard the question correct. Did you specify beyond September?
No, I'm just looking at so let's say, let me go back and let's make sure we understand the
Sure,
hypothetical.
sure.
Okay.
I heard the question, so I didn't really hear that the months you were referring to.
I think what I'm suggesting is that based on the information in the graph, if salinity was increased by 50%, hypothetically, would that have resulted in an exceedance in the North Delta Water Agency contract?
Objection incomplete hypothetical. By salinity, are you referring just to EC or additional factors?
Just to EC.
And I think the graph is pretty clear in its demonstration of the differences. So in some parts of the graph, as you can see, let's say beyond September, an increase of 50% would not elevate the EC. Yeah, I wouldn't believe that a 50% increase in EC between September and December would cause an exceedance.
Okay. So would it be correct to say that the increased salinity at Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough from September through December, as shown on this figure, does not necessarily mean that there will be an increase in the exceedance of the 1981 contract provision, correct?
Sorry, I thought I stated that. I'm sorry, maybe is that a difference in the question? From what
Well, I'm just
asked?
confirming what you said. And so what I'm saying is, I'm just confirming that the increased salinity in the example at Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough in some months, and in this example from September through December, does not necessarily mean there will be an exceedance of the 1981 contract provision, correct?
Ms. Morse, are you referring only to 2004?
Yes.
Sure, in 2004, I can confidently say that beyond September, an increase of EC by up to 50% may not result in an exceedance of the contract.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to NDWA 40. And I want to look at paragraph 9, and then it moves into page 5. Oh, Ms. Mullen's on it, so hopefully you can see that. You say that there's a total of 201 days of exceedances occurring historically at 3 Mile Slough between 1998 and 2024, correct?
Correct.
And in that same paragraph on the top of page 5, you say drought emergency periods were excluded, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please tell me which periods were excluded between 1998 and 2024 in arriving at your 201 days?
I would like to see, NDWA 19E, please.
19E? Ms. Mullen, could we pull up NDWA 19E?
So that here is an example where you could see the shaded, I suppose the shaded area shows when there was a drought declaration. So in total in 2015, there were 99 days when the contract was exceeded. And I suppose 64 days were outside and 35 days were during the drought. So that is my mathematics that leads to that 201, that we did a similar analysis for different years, and Ms. Williams has presented in her case in chief. So I went back to those charts and used her spreadsheets to compute that number 201 days.
Okay, and let me understand what the numbers that you just said. So in 2015, you said there were 99 days when the contract was exceeded, 64 were outside, and 35 days were during the drought. So when you say we're outside those 64 days, you mean we're outside the drought emergency period?
Yes.
Okay, so in 2015, for example, you would have counted 64 days and excluded 35 days. And coming to that 201 day conclusion.
I would like Ms. Williams to confirm. It includes let me just confirm that.
Ms. Williams, if you can confirm.
Yes, so in 2015, there were 65 days of exceedance that occurred outside of the drought emergency period.
And was it 30? I can't remember the number.
34.
35?
34.
34, thank you. Okay. And going back to NDWA 40, in your paragraph 10, oh, I'll wait till we get it, Miss Mullins fast, but paragraph 10 on page 4, I believe. Thank you. You say the ITP baseline scenario is only showing 16 days of exceedances at 3 Mile Slough over the 100-year time period, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if the updated ITP baseline scenario you analyzed is modeling the historical conditions that existed in 2015?
I'm familiar with ITP baseline and calcium tree modeling. It is not exactly the historical. My point in here is that if you can look at the simple two numbers, we have 16 days for 100 years, and the model shows an exceedance. And compared against 201 days in 27 years, there is almost 40 times more exceedances in the historical. So I'm just making a comparison, and you have almost a substantial 40%, 40 times increase in exceedances, and I don't have a reason why that would be so different, knowing very well that calcium model does not exactly simulate historical conditions.
When you looked at the updated with ITP in your table 1 for the baseline, were you using DWR's modeling that included the historically adjusted hydrology?
I don't recall what hydrology is the basis for the updated with ITP. My example, I could have used any number here. I could have used 2020 AR, which has 17 days, and I could have used 2040 AR, 45 days. The point is that the difference or the discrepancy between the historical observations and the modeling is so large, and that is cast a doubt on whether the model is accurately simulating EC in the Sacramento River 3 Mile Slough. And I wasn't sure what is the reason. And the only reason I could find in the record is that Mr. Reyes states that there is an underestimation of EC in the 3 Mile Slough region. And that probably could explain why we have such fewer exceedances. If we are far below the contract due to simulation, then you would expect fewer exceedances. And I state in my tech memo that it is one potential explanation, and that could be other reasons. Like you noted, it is probably the difference in the historical operational conditions that is observed in Ms. Williams' data, which is not accurately represented in the model.
I want to explore your statement that you just made about DSM-2 underpredicting salinity at Edmonton. And looking at your paragraph 11, are you, and we can scroll down, are you saying this bias in DSM-2 is a potential reason for why the updated ITP baseline scenario might not be matching the observed historical NDWA contract exceedances?
Like I mentioned, I'm not specifically trying to investigate the ITP baseline. I am here to understand if the baseline exceedances across all the studies and why they are different, and it's largely different from what we have observed historically. I don't want to restate what I stated earlier, but the discrepancy of 201 days in just 27 years as compared to 17 days or 19 days in 100 years, it seems to be a larger discrepancy for one to have some confidence in the modeling results.
Did you examine the differences between the historical conditions that existed in 2015 and the modeled conditions in the ITP baseline scenario?
I wish I had time because that requires a more comprehensive assessment because there are numerous parameters that drive delta inflows, and that could be different between the historical conditions and simulated conditions.
You said, I wish I had time, so I'm going to assume that means no, you did not. Is that?
Oh, I did not.
Okay.
Thank you. I did not.
That's fair. I just want the record to be clear. And Ms. Williams, in your testimony in NDWA 37, if we need to pull that back up, PDF page 5, paragraph 10. You referenced DSM-2's model's inherent underestimation of EC in the lower Sacramento River, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you say lower Sacramento River, what reach of the Sacramento River are you referring to?
I am referring to the areas near Edmonton, which I believe is what Mr. Reyes had cited.
Okay. And is it just at Edmonton or is it a larger area than Edmonton?
I believe Mr. Ray's documentation also describes a couple of other locations nearby Edmonton, slightly upstream, but I would defer that to Dr. Parvathanathan.
Okay, Dr. Parvathanathan, can you provide the upstream and downstream location of the reach of the lower Sacramento River in reference to Mr. Reyes' testimony and Ms. Williams' testimony?
I apologize. I didn't follow the question to Ms. Anne. If you could repeat it.
Oh, I asked Ms. Williams when she said lower Sacramento River, what reach of the Sacramento River was she referring to? She said Edmonton, the area around Edmonton. She can correct me if I misstated that. And then I asked about the upstream and downstream location of that reach, and she deferred to you. I think I got all that right.
Yeah, sure. I would defer to Mr. Reyes because I was going by what he had stated in his statement, in his testimony, that there is an underestimation in the Sacramento River, and 3 miles low is in proximity to that location. So I thought if there is such fewer exceedances in the modeling, it is likely due to 2 reasons. One is either the contract is incorrect or the simulated EC is far below the contract, and that is causing just no exceedances or fewer exceedances. And this statement just seems to fit right in my theory that the underestimation is probably the reason why there is. And I didn't really pursue further to understand the differences between 8.2, 8.1, and what is the specific reason for the underestimation or what has happened. And that's why I quoted the statement where it concludes saying that there was a dry bias, and in the calibrated model further, he also states in his report that there is an underestimation was evident between 2013 and 2015. I don't know, I don't know if that is really the one particular reason for this, That's why I qualify in the top of paragraph 1 that is one potential explanation. But at least as I stand right now, this seems to fit in my theory of why there is a few
And
incidences.
I want to explore that theory, but I'm first trying to nail down what location we're talking about. So is it fair to say that, would you agree that Dr. Reyes, I don't think he's a doctor, Mr. Reyes just mentioned DSM-2 model performance at a single location, Edmonton, in his testimony?
Yes.
Okay, so it's based on what Mr. Reyes pointed out, and that is solely Edmonton. Would you agree with that? It's not a reach, it's just at Edmonton.
It is just at Edmonton, I would agree with.
Okay. And Ms. Williams, is your statement that we just looked at about inherent underestimation based on Dr. Parvathanathan's testimony, or did you come to that conclusion independently?
No, this conclusion is based on the modeling review conducted by Dr. Parvathanathan that shows additional increases and exceedances with the DCP compared to without the DCP.
So going back to Dr. Parvathanathan, do you know the mean error by which DSM-2 version 8.2.0 underpredicts the salinity at Edmonton?
I don't know.
And have you looked at the documentation related to DSM-2 version 8.2.0 calibration?
I couldn't find it. I didn't see it.
Okay, if we could pull up DWR 607. Please, Ms. Mullen. And this is a memo from to Tara Smith from the Delta modeling section. The subject is DSM-2 version 8.2.0 calibration dated February 8th, 2021. That was presented by Mr. Reyes in his testimony, direct case in chief testimony. Have you reviewed this document?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay. I'd like to go to page 26. And if we could scroll so we can see, maybe just up a little bit. Do you see this figure 7-1 EC calibration metrics for Sacramento River at Edmonton? Dr.
I see.
Okay.
I see.
And looking at the observed is shown in blue, correct?
Yes.
And that's a yellow color, the mustard color is the DSM-2 version, I think that's 6_1-2, correct? Shown.
8 in the score.
Okay. And then the green is showing the DSM-2, is that it V8_2? Oh, 8, yes, it is 8.
That's correct, yeah.
And then in looking at the box here, do you see that the mean error for version 8.2 is only negative or approximately -37? Do you need us to blow it up? Do you see where in 1, 2, 3, 4?
I can see. I can see
error.
that. Yes,
Okay.
the mean error is -36.87. Is that correct?
Correct. That's what you see too?
Yeah.
Okay, roughly. Okay. And if you're stating, and we can pull this down, that DSM-2 likely underestimates EC at 3-Mile Slough, which is located approximately 3 miles upstream from Edmonton. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you say that your statement is a guess or a speculation, or are you basing it on something in the record?
Which statement?
Your statement that in paragraph 12, if we need to pull up your paragraph 12, when you're talking about DSM-2 underestimating EC at 3 Mile Slough?
Yeah, I can explain. If you can bring up the figure you just brought up.
Well, we can bring it up, but is it based on, is your statement about underestimating at 3 Mile Slough, is it based on something in the record that you reviewed when you wrote your testimony? Because you testified that you hadn't seen this prior to writing your testimony.
No, I trusted Mr. Ray's statement that there was an underestimation. And here, if I can point to, I'm looking at it for the first time. The green is the latest version. And if you can see the scatter plot, and the x-axis shows observed, which is the historical EC, and the y-axis shows the modeled EC. If these model is accurately representing the historical data, you would expect the data to line up on a straight y-axis. And for example, the scatter of the green plot shows the differences between the observed and the model data. And for example, if you look at the central region of the scatter plot, you see a range, of scatter here, which indicates that there is a substantial difference between the modeled EC and the historical EC. And to answer your question of if this would apply to 3 Mile Slough, I would believe, because 3 Mile Slough is in proximity of the Sacramento River at Emerton. And if there is a problem in the simulation of EC in the Sacramento River at Emerton, it is possible that that would extend to the nearby location, which is 3 Mile Slough, especially after looking at that range of error in the scatter plot, that I have more confidence to state that underestimation, which happens at Emerton, could apply to Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough. And
Okay.
I would believe, that there would be another graph for 3 Mile Slough, because that's one of those essential locations, and the modelers would have calibrated to. And I don't know if, since you brought this up, I wish there is another plot that shows a similar metric evaluation for EC performance at 3 Mile Slough.
Okay. Do you agree that 3 Mile Slough is located about a similar distance to Emerton and Rio Vista stations? Meaning it's roughly 3.5 miles to Rio Vista and roughly 3 miles to Emerton.
I don't know the exact distance, but if you have some reference, I would agree to it.
Do you have an understanding if 3 Mile Slough is sort of in the middle of Emerton and Rio Vista, based on your
Sure.
knowledge of the delta and the DSM-2 nodes?
I agree.
Okay. And if we can look at this same document, page 27. And this is similar information for Rio Vista. Is that correct, Dr. Parvathanathan?
That's correct.
And do you see here that the mean error at the Rio Vista station is shown to be plus 0.51, meaning it's not under predicting, it's slightly over predicting EC?
I can object. I was fine with the questions regarding Emerton, since that related directly to Dr. Parvathanathan's tech memo, but he did not offer any opinion on the effectiveness of DSM-2 to estimate EC at Rio Vista. I believe this is outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony that was offered.
Ms. Morris, do you care to respond?
I don't have to if you want to rule. I
No,
think it
I
is
was thinking
relevant because he's hypothesizing or speculating that because there is this underestimation at Emerton, that there would also be an underestimation at 3 Mile Slough. And now I'm showing that Rio Vista through this new calibration is actually overestimating. So I believe it is relevant.
Well, and the question is whether it's within the scope of his rebuttal report, but I'm going to allow the questions, and of course, Mr. Cho, you'll have a chance to redirect on this issue.
So is there a question from me?
Yeah. Do you see that the mean error at the Rio Vista station is shown to be 0.5 plus 0.51, meaning it is slightly over predicting and not under predicting EC?
I see 0.5.
0.51?
Yes.
Would you agree then, as a whole, the DSM-2 version 8.2.0 is not over predicting salinity at the Rio Vista station?
I wouldn't use this 0.51 to characterize underestimation or overestimation, but I see I need to do a thorough analysis of each of the individual months when we compare and see whether it is underestimation or overestimation. And it is not an apples-to-apple comparison between Emerton and Rio Vista, because as you can see, the scale is very different, much more fresher in Rio Vista and much more saline at Emerton. So the mean error is one statistic, but it doesn't convey all the information.
Based on your earlier statement about having more confidence, now that you've looked at that, because Emerton is underestimating that 3 Mile Slough is also underestimating, now that you've seen this calibration at Rio Vista, would that change your opinion about 3 Mile Slough and your hypothesis?
Being mathematically oriented, I would prefer to look at a simple plot, a similar plot for EC in the Sacramento or 3 Mile Slough. The reason I believe that an underestimation could be extended to 3 Mile Slough is simply based on my comparison of the 201 days as opposed to 17 days. And that stark difference is what prompting me to believe that is some sort of underestimation. Otherwise, I'm just not solely relying on Mr. Ray's statement of underestimation. Knowing very well that there could be multiple reasons why there are underestimations, whether it is some error in calcium-3 that provided more pressure inflows into the system that artificially lowered the EC at 3 Mile Slough. So as I said, that's why I was very careful in making the qualifier that one potential explanation is that it's an underestimation. That underestimation may be related to a DSM-2 error or some other error in calcium-3. I do not know.
Would you agree that the water quality at the you said earlier that comparing this calibration to Rio Vista compared to Emerton would not be an apples to apples comparison? Would you agree then that using Emerton to make a comparison about overestimation at 3 Mile Slough would also not be an apples to apples comparison?
You could argue that may not be an apples to apples comparison. And like I stated again, that it is one strong explanation why there are fewer exceedances with the modeled outputs.
Sorry to go a little bit backwards, Dr. Parvathanathan, but
sure.
when we were talking about the ITP baseline, and specifically your table, do you know if the ITP baseline included TUCPs, for example, in a year like 2015?
I do recall that the climate studies have TUCPs. I don't recall. I don't know at the moment. I need to look at the calcium outputs to confirm if there are TUCPs, first of all, and if TUCP was implemented in 2015. I just have no recall of that.
But I'm talking specifically about the updated with ITP baseline, which was not a climate change scenario. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Which means, yeah, it could be. There could be a 2015 TUCP.
Okay. Okay, reorienting back to the subject we were just on. If we could pull up some of the historical measurements that you provided for 3 Mile Slough and Rio Vista for 2021, I believe that's in DWA 22, and I don't recall if it's an E or not, but Ms. Mullen, if it's an E, will you pull up the E version? Hearing Officer Kinsey, I don't need a break. I will keep going. I don't know if you intended to take another break or if the witnesses do, but I'm ready to just roll as best I can.
Well, maybe this, and I am not asking you to commit, but do you have an estimate of how much more you have?
I'm hoping 30 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going as fast as I can.
No, you're doing quite well. Let's go ahead and we'll take just a 5-minute break and we'll come back and pick up. So let's come back at I'll say 3:32.
Thank you.
All right, I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And I have a cup of coffee, so I am too. And back to you, Ms. Morris.
Dr. Parvathanathan, would you agree that water quality at Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough can be very different from water quality measured at Rio Vista, especially during dry periods?
Yes.
And then before the break, I want to pull up some historical measurements that you provided in NDWA 21 and NDWA 22. I don't know, Ms. Mullen, if it's available to like minimize them and show two at one. It might not be. We can figure it out one at a time if it's not available.
I believe we can't do that. We have,
Okay. It's okay.
unfortunately, it's beyond, we might want to work on that going in a future version of the AHO, we'll be able to do that.
We'll start with NDWA 21.
And I can lodge my objection now or after the question, but I'd like Ms. Morris to connect how those exhibits from North Delta's case in chief relate back to Dr. Parvathanathan's rebuttal testimony here.
So did you want me to respond?
Well, I don't know what they are yet. It may be helpful for me to know what they are, or you can represent to me what they are and respond.
It's going to his hypothesis about
Oh, I see.
underperformance and looking at some of the historical data. So it's going to that whole hypothesis about overestimation at Edmonton also occurring at
All right.
3 Mile Slough.
I'll allow the questions, please.
Okay. Looking at NDWA 21E, right around July 1st of 2021, there's a peak of 14-day average EC measured at 3 Mile Slough around 3,200, correct? It's
That's
between
correct.
3.0 and 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
3.2 and 3.25.
And this is at 3 Mile Slough, correct?
That's correct.
And then if we pull up NDWA 22E, if that's the right version. And similarly, around July 1st, this is historical data, Sacramento River at Rio Vista, correct, Dr. Parvathanathan?
Yes.
And so similarly, around July 1st of 2021, we see a peak 14-day average EC measured at Rio Vista to be around 990, correct?
Correct.
So in this example that we just looked at for 2021, do you agree that the 14-day average EC at Rio Vista was roughly 70% lower than those measured at 3 Mile Slough?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, at that particular time, you have 1 millisiemens over 3 millisiemens at 3 Mile Slough.
And that would imply that there can be a big change in salinity between those two stations, especially when we have periods of higher salinity, correct?
And that's the reason we have 2 different stations, because the geography and hydrodynamics are quite different.
Okay. And we could take this down, Ms. Mullen. So if there's a diversion that happens a mile or two further upstream of the Sacramento River at the 3 Mile Slough location, the water quality may be substantially different than those at the 3 Mile Slough location, especially at times when exceedances to the North Delta Water Agency may occur.
Sorry, now
Objection. Objection. Incomplete hypothetical. If there is a question there.
Do you need me
I
to
think there was a question. I'll be honest. I could not follow that question.
Maybe we need more
It
coffee.
may just be long. Yeah, I mean, may need to drink the coffee.
It was a long question.
Will you please try it again?
Yes, I'm going to try it a different way. Do you know how many diversions happen within a mile of the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough?
Sorry, I apologize. I was a bit distracted.
Oh, let me try again. Do you know how many diversions occur within a mile of the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough?
No, I don't know.
Is it the same? Would you know within 2 miles?
No.
Okay. Um, let's go back to NDWA 37, please, which is Miss Williams' testimony. And I'm looking at page 3. Lines 18 through 20. Ms. Williams, you're citing that there were 6 years where there were exceedances in the North Delta Water Agency contract historically since 1998. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it correct that 4 of these years were critical drought water years?
And are you referring to critical? Can you define what you mean by
Yeah.
critical drought water years?
Yeah. So I actually think I'm misstating that, or I think I need to correct my question. Are 4 of these years critical years in terms of like water year type?
So if you're using the Sac Valley Water Year Index as the metric for water year type, then 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022 are identified as critical years by that water year type index.
Okay. And according to you, only 1 year, what you've cited was an above normal water year type, and that was 2004, correct?
So I've stated that as an above normal water year type based on the Four River Basin Index, which is the metric the 1981 contract is based on. That's a different water year type than the Sac Valley Index. And there are slight differences in some of these years when you use one index versus the other.
So all of the statements that you're making here are not based on the Sacramento River Index, but the Four River Index, just to be clear which index you're using.
I understood you were asking me about the Sacramento Valley Water Year Type Index.
Right, and now I'm asking you to confirm that you are using, for your water year types here, the Four River Basin Index.
And Ms. Morris, by here, do you mean in this testimony, in this written testimony?
In this testimony that we're looking at on the screen.
I have not categorized these years by water year type index either way. I just have used the Four River Basin Index value to identify the 1981 contract criteria that would be applicable during those years. I called out 2004 as being an above normal water year type based on that Four River Basin Index, simply to respond to Dr. Priest's testimony. I believe if you looked based on the D1641, the Sac Valley Water Year Type Index, it would actually be a below normal water year.
Out of the 6 years you identified, so based on and just to be clear, I know I'm going back, based on the Sacramento River Water Type Index, oh goodness gracious, based on the Sacramento Water Year Index, of the 6 years you identified on lines 18 through 19, 4 of them were critical and 2 of them would have been below normal according to that index.
I would want to check 2004 again. I don't recall what that was on the Sac Valley Water Year Type Index versus the Four River Basin Index. But I do recall that 2014, 2015, 2021, and 2022 were critical year types based on the Sac Valley Water Year Type Index.
And do you know how many days of exceedances occurred and at what location of the 1981 contract occurred in 2018?
Yes, that's provided in my direct testimony.
And do you recall?
I don't recall, but I could find it fairly quickly.
That's okay. I'll go back and look. But in terms of location, do you recall if they were all at 3 Mile Slough?
My recollection is that they're all at 3 Mile Slough, but I would go back to confirm.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. I'm going to attempt to ask you a hypothetical. And so for purposes of this question, please assume that sustained low flows means at Freeport is a net daily flow of approximately 8,000 CFS or less. Do you understand that?
I think you're saying assume a 3-day average Sacramento River flow at Freeport of 8,000. Is that what you said?
CFS or less.
Okay.
Would you agree that normally exceedances of the North Delta Water Agency contract criteria have happened when there are sustained low flows at Freeport?
Objection. This goes outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony. How does this tie back to it?
Will you, please?
Yeah, I'm looking at the testimony and the historical exceedances, and I'm trying to understand Ms. Williams or Dr. Parvathanathan's understanding of when these historical exceedances occur and how they may or may not be tied to flows at Freeport.
But how are flows at Freeport relevant to this rebuttal testimony?
That was in fact going to be my follow-up question.
I believe that there's testimony in the record that looks and specifically, and I forget where it is, by Miss Williams about flows at Freeport, and I'm trying to explore that based on her testimony here and the historical exceedances.
I would suggest that Ms. Morris had an opportunity to ask those questions during case in chief.
Let's pause there, but that may be right. I think actually it'd be helpful, I mean, to the extent there's useful information, it'd be helpful to connect to Freeport possibly, as we're analyzing all of this. So I'm going to allow this line of questioning. Mr. Cho, you can follow up as you see appropriate on redirect, but I'll allow the question, Ms. Morris.
I think I probably have to repeat it now, Ms. Williams, right?
Yes, that would be helpful. I think I do have some thoughts I can provide, but if you could repeat your question, that'd be great.
We agreed that for purposes of this hypothetical, that sustained low flows at Freeport is a I said net daily flow of approximately 8,000 CFS or less. And I believe you said a 3-day average. And I'm good using your definition. Just tell me what you want to use.
I think it will depend on your question. It may not matter.
Okay, then let's go with mine. My statement is, for purposes of this question, assume that sustained low flows at Freeport is a net daily flow of approximately 8,000 CFS or less. Would you agree that normally historical exceedances of North Delta Water Agency contract water quality criteria have occurred when there were sustained low flows at Freeport?
Objection, this is not a hypothetical.
That is true. It is not a hypothetical, but I think, do you have an objection other than if we acknowledge, right?
Yeah, there's an assumption, and I'm asking a question. I'm asking Ms. Williams to agree to my assumption. She doesn't have to agree to it as testimony, but for purposes of answering the question.
And the assumption is the 8,000 CFS threshold for low flows. Okay. Please, Ms. Williams.
I would want to do a complete historical analysis of flows at Freeport during the time the contract exceedances have occurred. I know that the 1981 contract to end a drought emergency uses a flow threshold of 20,000 CFS for 30 days. I can't recall if that's at Freeport or another location in the Northern Delta. And it's hard to look at flows and historic exceedance events. I know that some of the bypass flows and things that DCP is considering have considered different flow events, but there's no material from DWR that provides a historical analysis with flows at Freeport or in the Sacramento River, where it would show when DCP diversions would or would not be occurring. So I do not have a good sense for the 8,000 CFS type threshold at Freeport.
Can we pull up 12 NDWA 12E? And we might take it down really fast. I'm trying to recall. But while we're pulling that up, as you sit here today, Ms. Williams, can you provide a historical example where when exceedances of the North Delta Water Agency water quality criteria occurred when there were not sustained low flows at Freeport of a net daily flow of approximately 8,000 CFS or less?
I'm going to object again. I mean, I understand, Hearing Officer Kenzie, that you wanted to hear where this goes, but this is purely within the scope of Ms. Williams' case in chief testimony. It has nothing to do with her rebuttal testimony.
That might be right. I'm exercising discretion here because I do think it's useful to connect to flows at Freeport if Ms. Williams knows, and I realize you may not have prepared for this, so I don't know as a fine answer.
I know that in my case in chief testimony, I did look at flows at Freeport for an example year, and I believe it may have been 2018.
And for the record, I believe she did reference flows at Freeport today. I'm sorry, I can't quote it, but in her summary of her direct testimony. Can we also pull up NDWA 24? Sorry, Ms. Mullen. Okay, I believe this is one of the ones where you were looking at flow at Freeport. If we're looking at this example here, you're showing an exceedance in the North Delta Water Agency contract that happened in 2018 at the 3 Mile Slough station, correct? Ms. Williams, are you frozen, or did you need the question again, or is there I think there's something wrong technically.
Maybe, yeah, the technical error. We can't hear you.
Hello?
I think we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry, my headphones must have unplugged. Yes, this is a graph for my case in chief testimony looking at 2018, the Sacramento River at 3 Mile Slough.
And the exceedance at this station occurred from November 21st to December 1st, 2018, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're also showing the 3-day average flow at Freeport in the solid yellow line, correct?
Correct.
Yes, you can you can see it there. Okay. So if we look at the 3-day average flow between November 8th and November 21st, we see the 3-day average flow is below approximately 9,000 CFS. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree.
And in fact, the 3-day average flow at Freeport was mostly below 8,000 CFS between November 10th to November 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, it looks like that would be about right.
And are you familiar, we could take this down. Are you familiar with the proposed DCP operations rule, including the bypass flow rules?
I'm objecting again. I mean, this actual exchange happened during case in chief and cross-examination, Ms. Williams. I don't understand how Ms. Morris is able to ask these questions again, and it does not tie back to rebuttal.
And I guess this time this seems fair. I mean, I was interested in Freeport, but I think at this point, are we covering ground we've already covered, Ms. Morris? Why is this relevant here?
It's relevant because there are bypass flows and that are tied to low flows at Freeport. But I'm happy to move on because I have no other questions at this point.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I want to confirm that there are no other parties who have cross-examination questions for these witnesses. All right, then with that, Mr. Cho, do you want redirect? Do you need a few minutes? What is your status, please?
I have just a few redirect questions. I'm happy to go now. I could also
Please.
take a break if anyone needs it.
Please go ahead. Proceed.
Okay. Dr. Parvathanathan, do you recall when Ms. Morris was asking you whether she should look at a particular column in table 1 of your technical memorandum?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, do you mind if we pull that up briefly just to refresh everybody's memory? NDWA 40. And if we could go to page 3, table 1. Thank you. And the two columns I'm referring to are the two columns on the right, exceedances excluding the transition period and exceedances including the transition period. And these are terms referring back to a provision in the 1981 contract. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And could you just clarify the intent of presenting both columns here as a response to Dr. Priest's testimony? And if we need to pull that up, we can do that as well.
I'm simply trying to demonstrate that whether you include or exclude, there is an increase in exceedances with DCP across the 4 studies.
To your understanding, did Dr. Priest present any testimony regarding the regarding whether DWR met its contractual obligations of excluded transition periods or any sort of interpretation of the contract?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking his recollection of Dr. Priest's testimony.
Based on your understanding, please.
I didn't see any references.
Can we please pull up DWR 400, I believe? And page 6. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's not. Might be a. Is there a different numbered page 6? Oh, this is it. I'm sorry, page 8. Lines 15 through 16. You see, starting at the paragraph 18, Dr. Priest's conclusion here.
Conclusions regarding EC?
The first sentence on paragraph 18.
I see that.
Okay. And do you understand that sentence there to say only that the DCP would not cause more frequent exceedance of the EC criteria?
I don't see that on my screen.
Line 12,
Oh,
that
oh, sorry, I see that. I was looking at 21.
and this statement doesn't specify whether Dr. Priest was analyzing the number of exceedances, excluding transition periods or including them. Is that correct?
This sentence does not indicate any references to the transition period. I also believe that Dr. Priest's analysis did not use 14-day average data.
Thank you. We can pull this exhibit down, please, Ms. Mullen. I've got just a couple more questions. Don't think we need to pull this up, but do you recall the exchange you had with Ms. Morris regarding the scatter plots of the DSM-2 calibration at different locations?
I do.
And in that exchange, I will paraphrase that Ms. Morris suggested that the Rio Vista location may have overestimated EC. Do you recall that?
She was making the statement by quoting the average stat of the change in EC to be a positive number, and she was inferring that that number indicates that there is no underestimation of EC at Rio Vista.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we pull up paragraph 12 of Dr. Parvathinathan's tech memo and DWA 40? And towards the bottom of that paragraph, do you see the sentence starting with this May?
Yes.
And is it a correct summary that you're suggesting that the underestimation of EC at Edmonton may explain some of this discrepancy you observed between the modeled EC and observed EC?
That's correct. I was very particular in the use of word may. My primary goal is to develop some confidence in table 1, which shows increases in the exceedances with DCP. While I compared it to historical, it was the larger discrepancy, and that discrepancy could be explained if there is a proof for underestimation 3 months loop. In the absence of such proof, we may have to dwell deeper to explain why it is so different in the model as compared to the historical.
And hypothetically, if it were demonstrated that EC calibration for DSM-2 was spot on, there was no underestimation or overestimation at the relevant locations, and yet we still saw the same results in the different scenarios regarding EC at 3 Mile Slough. Would the fact that there were no biases one way or the other add any confidence for you in the reliability of DWR's modeling to show compliance with the 1981 contract?
Let's assume there is a graph for 3 Mile Slough that shows accurate estimation of EC. It still doesn't explain why there is such a discrepancy between historical exceedances and model exceedances as shown in table 1.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parvathinathan. Ms. Williams, I have one question for you. Do you recall Ms. Morris asked you about paragraph 5 in your rebuttal testimony, NDWA 37? If we could pull that up, Ms. Mullen. And under paragraph 5, Ms. Morris was asking you about the 6 years you identified of exceedances at 3 Mile Slough. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she asked you some questions about 2004, which you identified here as an above normal water year type based on the Four River Basin Index. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Malone, could we please open DWR 400, page 8? And the last two sentences of paragraph 18. Do you see here where Dr. Priest stated that the modeling results, this was during her case in chief testimony, the modeling results showed that the monthly average EC is below the contract criteria except in above normal water year types?
Yes, I see that.
Was that why you pointed out above normal water year type as for 2004 in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. And actually on that point, I had a quick clarifying question for me. In that exchange with Ms. Morris, this is for you, Ms. Williams, I think I heard reference to both the Sacramento River Index and the Four River Basin Index. Is it your understanding that those are the same thing?
No, those are different indices. So one is the Sacramento Valley Water Year Index type. That's defined in Decision 1641. That's what those water year types are defined as. The other is a different index. It's the Four River Basin Index. It was defined in my case in chief testimony. That was originally, maybe not originally, but it was defined in Decision 1485 prior to Decision 1641. And so that was, at the time, the more similar metric as the North Delta contract was being developed.
Understood. Thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
With that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up questions?
Just a few. Dr. Parvathanathan, if calcium, do you recall the testimony that you just provided or response you just provided to Mr. Cho regarding about what some of the differences at Edmonton may or may not be? Do you recall Mr. Cho asking you about your testimony regarding in paragraph 11 at Edmonton and your specific word choice of and I'm trying to find it, this may explain some of the discrepancy in historical exceedances and simulated exceedances. Do you recall that exchange in paragraph 12?
Exactly. Yes, I recall.
So if calcium did not include TUCPs, and historically there were TUCPs, calcium may have shown more flows in the Sacramento River, correct?
Incomplete hypothetical.
Do you recall when I was asking you about your baseline used in Table 1 to create Table 1, and I asked you in the updated with ITP baseline if you knew if there were TUCPs included?
Yes, you had asked, and I responded saying that I'm not sure about TUCP implementation ITP, but my observation or my statement could be applicable to any scenarios because almost all the scenarios except the future climate show approximately 16 to 19 days or 30 days of exceedances. So my point was providing a stark comparison of the 16, 18, 19 days under the models to 201 days over 27 years. And that is my point. And to your question on TCP, yeah, if there is a TCP, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
I understand your point, but you say one of the reasons between the discrepancy in historical exceedances and simulated exceedance may be this calibration issue with DSM-2. But I'm asking you, if the calcium model did not include TUCPs, and historically there were TUCPs, is it possible that the calcium runs may have shown more flows at the Sacramento River than actually occurred, which also may describe some of this discrepancy between historical exceedances and simulated exceedances?
It could be one of the potential factors, and I have no idea if that is that could explain all of the discrepancies.
And does your explanation about DSM-2's underestimation of EC at Edmonton say anything about why DCP may increase the number of days of exceedance at 3 Mile Slough at a higher rate than what you show in your testimony?
I can tie back to your question on of the 50% increase in EC, would that cause an additional exceedance? And to answer that question, to this one, we need to have a relative understanding of where the 14-day EC is with reference to the contract. So the baseline is elevated, but may not breach the contract. But if you have implement DCP and Dr. Priest states that the increase in EC may be up to 6 to 8%. So depending on when that increase occurs, that could be an exceedance. And further, Mr. Singh states that we shouldn't look at individual months and rather use average or exceedance statistics. So it becomes very challenging for North Delta or any expert to use an average statistic to make an assessment of how an individual year would perform with the implementation of DCP. And that's why Ms. Williams was quoting that there was a historical analysis performed by Brian Georgie. I wish we had a similar historical analysis with DCP and with water quality simulation that could help us understand what a 6% increase in EC with DCP, would that translate to additional exceedances?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, right, as I stand, and that's why I qualify at the end that there is more uncertainty in our understanding of what DCP would result in terms of exceedances.
Are you done?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, great. Ms. Williams, can you point to where in the North Delta Water Agency contract above normal water year is defined?
I don't believe the 1981 contract defines anything by water year type. Criteria are set solely based on the Four River Basin Index.
I think I do not have any more questions, but I just want to take a quick second. I think that's it. Thank you both very much for your time. I appreciate you being here and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will echo as well. Thank you both for your time this afternoon and for your attention and answering our questions today. And you are—
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
And you are excused. We're working on, in the background, there's some discussion of how someday we're going to be able to do split screen and compare, because it would be so useful many times. It looks like Ms. Meserve has a hand. If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Ms. Meserve, welcome. You are welcome to come on camera and off mute.
There we go. Good afternoon. Sorry I was out of the office earlier. I had a procedural issue to bring up with regard to scheduling. I didn't mean to interfere with the conclusion of North Delta's rebuttal. So
I think we're set. So please.
Okay. I was just going to mention there's been a little bit of email traffic, and I think as Ms. Moskal has maybe mentioned, she's going to provide an updated proposed schedule for all of these witnesses. And with respect to trying to finish Mr. Burke, we are going to try to slot him in at the end of the day on the 15th, if possible. It looks like there possibly could be time that day. And then as the second option, it looks like there definitely would be time on the 26th, which I think was mentioned earlier on today. But we would prefer to do it closer in time to his original presentation if possible.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, we still have we are continuing to rely on the 25th as well. Is that correct?
I think it's the 26th, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm wondering if we had talked about adding
Oh, the
25th as a
25th
hearing
is the
day.
new day. Yes.
And I
Okay,
want to make sure
sorry.
we're using the new day. Are we using the new day
Yes.
in the updated schedule? Okay.
Yeah. And then I wanted to make a clarification also with respect to the wildlife witnesses on the 15th. There's separate lines there, but Dr. Ivy and Mr. Worth will be presented as a panel. So just for DWR's awareness, you'll be able to ask both of them questions at the same time. I know there is some overlap in their testimony, and that may help with the efficiency of the cross-exam.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Morris.
We are looking at the schedule and really wanting to avoid using that 5 days in a row, which would include the morning of June 22nd. And Ms. Moskal has helpfully pointed out, and I've looked at this, that it looks like we could have a bit of a, I want to call it a backup, just based on what we have trying to cover on the 24th and the 23rd. And so we were wondering in particular if maybe, and it doesn't have to be decided today, Dr. Marty for SASD, who is slotted to go on June 23rd, could potentially be available on next Thursday, June 18th, if we had time to spare, because in the schedule now, it shows we have time to spare, and I'm going to work on trying to see if we can be more efficient with some of the estimates that we had on that day. So I would offer that up as a way to try to maybe help minimize that backup on the 23rd and 24th. And the other option could be that we could be prepared for Mr. Zarif, who is also slotted to go on Tuesday, June 23rd, for the afternoon of June 28th, because his testimony is relatively short. It's a 10-minute presentation, and we have an estimated 60 minutes of cross, but I think that's probably more around 30 minutes.
Do you mean the 18th?
I do. I'm sorry if I said a different date.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible to do Mr. Zarif on the 18th. I'm sorry.
It was worth a shot. I will leave it to your capable hands to keep working on this, and thank you. We will get that just a formalized, it'll be very brief, but just formalized hearing notice for the 25th. Sounds like we should continue to reserve the morning of the 22nd for now while this final shuffling is continuing. But I won't formally notice it yet. And I think that's where we are.
Yeah, and I'm hearing via text that Dr. Marty is not available on the 18th, unfortunately. So I apologize, but that sounds like that is not a possibility. I know she was very difficult to schedule as well.
I can't solve it, but thank you for your efforts.
But who knows, maybe we'll come up with some other great solutions, or maybe, there is some flux. I see today we probably could have done Mr. Burke, but it's hard to know that going in.
We didn't know that the dream team, I guess, is Mr. Gomberg and Mr. Krieger.
That's right.
Okay. Now that we've reached that point, it's probably time to be done with our 3 days. Is there anything else we should address before we break? And then I see you again, I believe it's Monday, but we have a little bit of a break. Yes, Monday the 15th. Then with that, thank you so much for your patience and your cooperation today. And I will see you